All right, we're live. There we go. There we go. My first stream of being an absolute mark, an absolute sucker. I went and paid for StreamYard because Little Duck's gone. You could tell that.
Yep.
It's so I could have more than one guest. Go ahead, Luna. Huzzah to writing checks to companies with bad reputations. I'll get my Scottish titles next, right after I get out of my BetterHelp session. That's all right. Same bourbon, same company. Luna's no longer in the chat.
Yep.
She's now in here chatting with us.
I'm not harassing you from the sidelines. I'm harassing you from within.
From the front lines, exactly. The back lines, baby. I'm gonna start making jokes about. All right, not gonna go there. Today we're talking about England versus America. Who is the proper successor to the Roman Empire? Cosma here has a theory that there's only ever one great empire at a time on this big blue dot that we live on, and it's always a succession. So
I wouldn't say that there's necessarily like one great empire at a time. You know, especially when the world was less interconnected, it was easier to have empires that didn't really touch each other meaningfully. What I would definitely assert is there's a straight up continuity of technological progression in a why nations fail, like passing inflection points successfully one after another, that has led to a continuous civilization holding a tech stack that's just far better than all the others. Starts in ancient Mesopotamia, continues through Egypt, and then through the Greeks, and then through the Romans, and then through Christendom, eventually contracting into Europe, and then on to a variety of successor states. This tech stack has basically had 10,000 years of more or less uninterrupted successes, while other independent burgeoning like empire civilizations either stagnate, get decapitated, or for some other reason suffer arrested development. So because there's this continuity of this, of all these social technologies, laws, customs, etc., that enables extremely high capacity civilizations, who owns the tech stack and is maintaining it and thereby has the mandate of heaven is super, super important.
Well, I mean,
at the point that it like starts to really take off in Europe at the end of the Middle Ages, like, as Europeans begin to like massively technologically outpace their rivals in the Middle East, it becomes like, okay, everyone else wants the benefits of this technology, and essentially what they have to do is take on board this tech stack.
Well, how much of that is the benefit of hindsight? If you think about a lot of these nations that are in this sort of civilizational race where they're all fighting for dominance, at points in history there's going to be one clear dominant culture, but that doesn't mean that other cultures aren't progressing. If you know what I mean.
They are progressing, but it's a Pareto distribution, wouldn't it be? Right, like as they say, the rich get richer.
Right. Yeah. The tech gap gets to be like, okay, if you were to develop this independently, you're probably hundreds of years behind. Like the Japanese had this experience after the Americans forcibly opened open Japan, and they're like, oh crap, we're screwed. Like we really, really have to onboard foreign technologies very, very quickly because there's no way we'll catch up on our own.
And they kind of did, actually, which made them a pretty big power in the Pacific.
They did manage to catch up, and we're actually the dominant force for a long time. You think about the 80s and the 90s and their mass production, that was like pretty much peak for the world for that brief period of time. And then we see the decline of that as, the United States kind of went to cheaper labor in China and other similar places rather than for quality in Japan.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to go. I want to circle back to the things you said earlier, though, before we get to like the modern stuff, right? Because this tech stack that you talk about is a thing that does get handed off. It's almost like a hereditary thing. I know that a lot of the European guys, especially like the Eurocon, ethnocons, whoever want to talk to you guys about, is they love blood. They're like, the blood is magic. I think they really believe that European blood is magic because they'll think it's exclusively for them. It's actually. I have an analogy between a master blacksmith who has a son, right? And usually it passes down to the son, but there's other apprentices too. Well, what happens if the son wanders away from the tradition of blacksmithing? Well, is that the apprentice, who is not related to the blacksmith, will pick it up and they'll run with it, right? And then what happens when this prodigal son of a blacksmith comes back and wants his empire back? It's like, no, there's a new master blacksmith and your blood it's going to be about as difficult for you to come in as a foreign apprentice and take this over as it was for the foreign apprentice to take it over originally. So once someone has the ball, it's kind of hard to get the ball back, especially if you just totally dropped it. It's one thing to have like two rival empires who are both pursuing at the same time. Now I'm going to skip forward, but like a good example is Europe. They stopped their sort of martial traditions, especially after World War II, after already having World War I. And I heard, this is what blackpilled me on the Europeans, is like I heard Archcast or something say like, well, it's a good thing the Americans are paying for all this military stuff so we can enjoy the other things in life. I was like, you're insane.
Freeloaders.
Yeah, you're insane. Like, first off, yeah, screw you, freeloaders. America. Second off, like, also, like, don't let other people defend you or take over your martial tradition. Like, a martial tradition is actually really difficult. All traditions are really difficult. Like, you can't read it out of a textbook and you can't extract it out of your blood, right? You have to. You literally have to keep it alive, word of mouth. Like, sorry, I'll go. It's like trying to learn how to become a samurai out of a book. It doesn't happen. It has to go from like father to son or master to apprentice, and it's very painstaking. Like, it'd be like if I tried to join the Amish right now, based on reading a lot of books. Like, no, you have a history, not a tradition. Like, you've lost the tradition. Like, once you've lost that one, once you have one generation that goes derelict in their duty, it's really hard to pick up again. Like, you're going to be a foreigner, a stranger. And I don't think Europe realized that. So that's my example.
And that's really kneecapping yourself when something like military might. Like, you talk about like a lot of these European nations having all these issues with like the foreign invasion from the Middle East, and they don't know how to handle it. And a lot of it is, well, we've sort of given these powers off to America and to the police and to whoever, and so they're derelict of their own duties. And that I find really, really annoying. Like, America has very much a self-sufficient gun culture, but I don't think Europe really has anymore because of this sort of kneecapping of their own military and their own internal... a
martial discipline has always been part. And I feel like, okay, so I'm going to go back to my original point, is that your first one you said was Mesopotamia. And I think that's the first Western civilization, really, because everyone built off of that. But it was always a tradition that was picked up. And typically it was a disaster. Those who are familiar with your Old Testament know that like Israel had lost its way like 2 or 3, 4 times, so many times, right? Assyrians, Syrians, the Romans, the Babylonians, every Onian or... that was out there under the sun. Persians, exactly. Like had knocked them down, and they had to build it back up again. And you know how much effort that the Jews do to keep their people cohesive. It's a lot of effort. It's like if you homeschooled your kid after school a little bit, right? Like that's more effort than most people are willing to put in. But that's what keeps a civilization going for thousands of years.
And they've somehow managed to, like, a lot of cultures, if you take it taken over, then it's sort of over for that culture and you get assumed into whatever nation that you're going into. But for some reason, the Jewish culture has been taken over several times and they've still managed to keep their identity.
Yeah,
An interesting thing is they've managed to keep an identity that's, sort of imagined to be contiguous, but there's a lot of either discontinuities or like total state transforms, like Judaism before the Roman occupation and like Judaism of like the 500s AD are like almost completely different animals.
I mean, they didn't always have those hats with the twirly hair coming down all the time. Yeah, exactly. Like
new fashions.
Well, this is normal,
it's
though.
Also,
right?
It's also like, we're clearly not Romans, but we are expressing some cultural continuity with them.
Yes, exactly. So this is another part of what keeps a culture alive. This is, I think, a foundational point of what keeps a good culture is that it has to be able to reinvent itself. Like England right now, people talk about tradition, and I actually kind of hate the word tradition because it's wielded around like with the grace of like a Sherman tank. That I don't want. No culture should ever want to be fully traditional. There should just be certain values that you keep over, which is why like people give my father's side of the family is Hakka Chinese, right? Got it. It's not a 5,000-year-old civilization. I certainly don't know anything about the history. The only thing he passed down to me are bookkeeping and how to treat women and how to like deal with servants and deal with people. But those traditions were core to how you form a family and how you have a job and how you like he basically taught me obedience. That was essentially I have a 5,000-year tradition that can be taught in a few years. But it's this really good tradition of like know when to shut up, know when to listen to your master. So I just spent my entire childhood just bouncing from master to master and learning different skills. And that's all that you need as a tradition is can you maintain a cohesive ability to stay a cohesive organism and then adapt to the new conditions that will make you uncohesive. Like if you took an Englander, an actual Victorian Englander and brought him here today to like look at England, first off, they'd probably say this is great in a lot of ways and not so great in a lot of other ways. And they'd sit and then they'd spend the rest of the day chastising you. I think that's what a Victorian would do is they would have, they would be like, they'd go to Greg's and be like, this is great, or whatever grocery store. And then to go to your family and they'd be like, this is terrible.
Why are all these women dressed like sluts?
Well, they'd wonder like, they've got, we used to keep them on the docks is what they'd say.
Well, also what happened to manners, what happened to, sense of duty and honor.
Could you imagine a Victorian woman talking to a modern woman and the Victorian woman is like, I'm sorry, dear, that's not how you speak to a man. I was like, oh, she'd be the most based, but also like, okay, so here's another thing. Every American talked about the 1950s, and I had to make this point. I think I saw Luna like my tweet, is that if you took a man from today, like a Gen Z dude from today, and brought him back to the 1950s to deal with a teenage girl, that teenage girl would tear him apart. Do you know how many like words they have for, okay, dweeb, dork, nerd, all these words were made in the 1950s. The women had pretty high standards. And then you look at the men that they had to choose from, and you're like, now you have to compete with those guys.
Oh, I see. I don't know about that. He's confirming Victorian Englishmen would not be pleased.
No one would be pleased. None of our ancestors like us. Okay, you gotta. None of our ancestors. My ancestors, my grandpa and before, okay, would probably think I'm extremely lazy, and they would like probably try to discipline me. Okay, even the Victorian Englanders, if they talked to like the medieval Englanders, they'd be like, "Well, why have you not hung this person yet? He's clearly full of demons." It's like, no, we have an asylum for that now. It's very civilized, and the person, it's a punishment to keep him on this mortal plane in this torment. You must pray and then hang him, or something like that, right? Like, probably the medieval ones would freak out about corpse dissections. They would hold your science back. They started setting fire to scientists. I would love to see that. I want to see an entire English, like London 2 just shows up next to London 2 being like medieval London, and just see a massive war break out. That's what happened. All of our ancestors probably don't like us that much, but we do what we can. And their ancestors don't like them. That's just how it goes.
Right. Well, that's the thing about, traditionalism is when it becomes ossified, it's very easy for it to become like artificial or a cargo cult or to miss the essence of what's impactful. There's a couple of elements to, it really should be understood that like conservatism is a forward-looking attitude. And the forward-looking elements of it are, let's preserve what works unless it's proved that it no longer works or causes some other form of peril. And then the other is, I'm going to make a world that will make my ancestors proud.
Correct. We try. I mean,
both those have reference to the past, but it's strictly a future orientation.
It is a future orientation, and like you said before, like with the Jews and everything, is that they're making a tradition that is perceived to be contiguous, which is just as important as it being actually contiguous. It has reverence, but it is willing to change. It's almost a cognitive dissonance at which you have to run your civilization. Like you have to Like, what would George Washington think about us using NVIDIA as a crux to bully the Chinese into trade deals? It'd probably be like, who? What? Don't do business with the Chinaman.
Well, we also have records
from
of
Mexico.
what George Washington thought about dealing with outsiders. He was kind of saying in some of his farewell addresses, number one, beware of the two-party system. Number two, beware of, being way too open with the whole world. Like he is pro-isolationist.
Well, here's another point I had, and this is why I had a disagreement with the Roman helmet guy. I was like, another one of these like trad guys on X. He's probably a great guy, but he's doing one of the traditionalist things where he's like, what's a traditional American? And he's like, well, it's this. And then I says, okay, what about 50 years before that? And then 50 years before that? And then 50 years before that? What is the traditional American? Because if we want to go traditional American, we're going to occupy just New England mostly and down to the Carolinas. And we're going to get rid of all the Italians and the Irish Catholics. It's like, what do you want? What is this country? It's constantly. That's the thing about America is it's constantly changing. I saw an interview with Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin, great interviewer with who's the Andy No, and it was funny because I study the English affectations to figure out what's really underneath, like what their thoughts are, and they were talking about conflict in America like it was a bad thing, whereas my theory of mind about America is one of the greatest things about America is that we're constantly at each other's throats. That's why we seem to be okay. We are fairly open to conflicts, and we have reinvented this country several times in its past. Like we're probably on the 6th iteration. I'm gonna quote the Matrix and say, like, we've remade America at least 3 times and we're becoming very efficient at it. MAGA is another reinvention of America, which is a rejection of a lot of post-war values. Like we have had conflicts since what we do is we have a healthy immune system. I feel, and then I'll let you disagree, of course. Is that I think that we keep conflicts pretty small and pretty manageable and work through them part at a time in a way that doesn't destroy us. Civil War was pretty close. The 60s were pretty close. The Great Depression was actually really close. If you talk to people back then, they didn't know if America was going to survive it. And we deal with those problems internally. The problem is now we're starting to shed that same sickness off to the rest of the world. Right. So it's like every conflict that America has internally, we just bring the entire world with us. And then we resolve the conflict, seemingly so far. Knock on wood. Yeah, and then we move on. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, a crucial pivotal difference is like conflict versus disagreement. When the sides regard one another, and like this is sort of where the Civil War obviously escalates into a war, is when the two sides still view each other as countrymen. I think part of the very recent cultural struggle and why MAGA may be a recreation of America is the other side from MAGA, which is like the post-war consensus liberals, did not view opposition as countrymen. It's like, serfs are subjects to be cowed. And as the
definition, can you real quick distinguish, are you talking about the communists and a lot of the people that are more extreme, like people that are in the woke movements, or are you talking about general liberals, like your 90s liberals, like Bill Clinton, the Clintons, Obama, that sort of deal? Like, how extreme is your umbrella?
It's a coalition. I mean, I think it is, the hardcore leftists are certainly a part of it. They're almost the sword arm of this coalition. Yeah. The other part is particularly like the sort of high church of the state post World War II, the guys that came out of the OSS and sort of that the foreign policy
yes,
and
the
entrenched bureaucracy.
Exactly.
They essentially view themselves as an elect elite class over the others, and the opposition has reached such a point where it's like, oh, okay, you just need to be cowed now.
Yeah, and I don't want to bring this back to the weave here of the original subject here. Is I don't know much about Roman history, not nearly as much as someone who's read about it. I mean, they had internal conflicts as well that were full on wars. Mm-hmm. And major rivalries and powers changing hands, weren't they? Like in other words, Roman history was not a. It's an interesting time.
Chaotic at points. Like at certain points, they had a bunch of Roman general versus Roman general. Like they didn't have someone in power for a set number of years, or they did. Sorry, for 50 years, but rather 2 or 3. They had somebody stabbing each other in the back, getting replaced by the next Roman general for a good long while.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
right.
Well, okay.
There was the year of the 4 emperors, or the year of the 5 emperors, or the year of the 6 emperors.
It'd be amazing if we could have 4 presidents. That'd be so rad. I would change sides every day. That's enough that no one would notice. Just laundering it. Just start shit. Well, the funny thing about Rome is that it was pretty much bare naked, just politicking, right? So everyone was laughing at this Indian guy who's just handing out money and from his some fat Indian dude handing out money from inside of his limo. And I was like, well, this just looks like a fat Roman emperor. What's the difference between this and giving bread in circuses? What's the difference between not to be sacrilegious to my own country, but what's the difference between that and Trump promising a check or untold riches and a better economy, and also throwing essentially a UFC fight at the White House, which I think is actually happening. They're actually doing a UFC fight.
I think the difference is, there is always an element of the game, but one we find indecorous and barbarous, and the other we don't.
Yeah, why is that?
And it's one, both the guy handing out the money being particularly blatant, but also the crowd itself is disgusting. They're just Gibbs, 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 and there's no sense of shame or anything like that. This is just completely devoid of any real moral sophistication, or everyone in that situation is absolutely untrustworthy, and you wouldn't want living anywhere near you.
That's true.
And it's a cultural tech difference. There's a low capacity, low tech, society. We instinctually feel disgust because we're operating at a significantly higher level of societal sophistication.
Correct. And if I could shed my costume of purposeful antagonist, as I like to be, I find that the thing that
was from South Hall. Jesus Christ!
No, he's joking. I think he's joking. Okay. He's joking. It's a joke. It's a funny joke. It's not real. It's not real. Don't believe your. This is probably true. If it makes here's my heuristic on if something is good or bad morally, right? If it makes you more like an animal, then it's demonic. If it makes you more of what you feel that is righteous and should be, it is better. Now that's the argument, right? There's no arguing in hell. Okay, an animal's an animal. Everyone can look at an animal and be like, yeah, it's an animal. To look at a man and say that's a man, that's something that you write poems about. That's something that you write entire plays about. That's something that you can be debated about, right? And that's
okay. I'm going to play with your definition briefly. Yes. Lying takes quite a bit of sophistication and mental ingenuity.
My cat lies to me all the time.
What?
That son of a bitch. My cat lies to me all the time. He's over there. He's pretending to be. I saw a bunch of birds pretending to be hurt because they saw one bird who actually was hurt get fed. I'll have to dig up that Twitter video, but it was lying is not a necessarily human thing. It's just humans put their sophistication into the lying, because the sort of divine godly part of humanity just supercharges whatever we touch when we're actually doing it, which can be pretty dangerous. But murder for fun, lying, all that stuff is I think is animalistic. You'll never find a bigger liar than if you go to an actual third world country. They don't have a concept. The truth is actually a very foreign concept to most people in the world.
Right.
This is okay. I'm gonna take this off because I'm bloody sweating. On my third world travels, it opened my mind. I went back to my home country of Indonesia, right? Which my parents my ancestors historically ruled over these people. So we're really good at dealing with these kinds of people. They are actually complete liars. It blows my mind that the English. I know it just blows my mind. Okay, I don't blame the English for doing this. Well, they will sit there and they'll have the same podcast every day. Oh, I think they're lying to us. I was like, yeah, no shit, they're lying to you. The lying comes easier than breathing to these guys. They will say whatever it takes. It's like, oh my gosh, they're lying about where the aid money is going. They're lying about the casualties in Palestine. They're lying about they lie about everything. You have to assume they're always lying. Like when I go and set up a factory line in like even a nice country like Thailand, which is relatively nice, like I have to go through there and I build software into the fixtures that keep them honest, and then send me like, if I had the know-how, they would send. Well, I don't work there anymore, so at the place that sets up factories, but I would have them send me in secret encrypted messages to like let me know statuses because I can't trust them. It was literally how I pitched my manufacturing line design process. Was that it will cut down on lying from
everything's black box to deal with the fact that you have a culture that simply operates at a much lower functional level.
Correct. Even the computer chips in there, I would pull the unique IDs from their internal registers because they would swap them out. I actually caught one of them swapping out the computer chip from one of these boards because the computer chip had a slightly different. It just worked. It's magic to them. They don't. It's like the Mechanicus. They don't actually know how anything works. This is a big generalization. They know as much as they need to get the job done, right? Like they will. So in other words, they see words as a tool, not as a conveyance of truth, and you have to treat it as such. Like
it's strictly instrumental. It really is like, it can't be overstated how much like norms, customs, moral developments, etc. All these things are technologies that enable you to do things, just like how, sharper rock is a technology, or like, a gasoline engine is a technology. Like it enables something to happen. It takes work, and it takes, especially in early human history, centuries of work to develop the idea of like, oh, what if we just regard like what's measurable and external to all our perspectives as true? Or, what if, we just restrained our impulses to get as much as we wanted and resorted to this external standard?
Okay. I'll let Luna, you had something you wanted to say? Do you have something?
Well, I was thinking, like, how do these civilizations function if they're all run on lies? Like, wouldn't the situation just fall apart real quickly because everything would sort of collapse in on itself?
Okay, brutality is actually
it's just a huge drag on the society. Like stuff is late, stuff is behind schedule, stuff is not built to specification, expectations are uncertain, people tend to hoard wealth in rapidly movable goods rather than investing in capital because capital returns are highly uncertain.
Indians own a ton of gold, by the way.
It just creates a society that moves slowly and can't do as much as other ones. That's why I call like, the inheritors of the one civilization a high capacity technology. Is all these social technologies just enable them to do more, even if they didn't have like the material stuff like the microchip or whatever. These societies, if they just had the moral and social ones, would still like outpace every other civilization very quickly.
The technology that you mentioned, it is so ingrained in Western culture, and I think this is because Western culture underwent like 1,000+ years of hegemony under governors. Like Europeans are a governed people, and that is good in a lot of ways. It's bad in only a few ways, but it's good in a lot of ways. But the thing is that it's built into them like pigeons or domesticated dogs. Like they just innately trust humans. And if you ever look at most of human history, especially the savage human, is that trusting humans is really, really dangerous.
Yeah,
and only works under certain circumstances. Sorry.
Yeah, it's because we built trustworthy humans.
Exactly, it's almost bred into them.
But like the British Empire's greatest export, actually, this is one thing they were better at than America is. Britain's major export was good governance.
Well, that's it. Yeah, our governance is terrible, and I feel like our governance is terrible in a way that's great. But
we treat our satrapies like shit.
No, this is a wealth extraction scheme. It's horrendous. This is actually pretty funny. Okay, I usually bring the comments on, but I think the New Jersey does inherit the Romans bada bing. I'll take that. Listen, God is gold jewelry. Well, all right, so I look at civilizations of the world not as this blood is cursed and this blood is blessed. I look at it as how much time have you spent being optimized, like being domesticated, right? And if you look at the Old Testament of the Bible, it's actually a long history of the domestication of the Jewish people. Mm-hmm. And it's what they did was they created this amazing literary device, which I think is just transcendently wonderful because it is from God. But I'm going to put my atheist hat on for a second and I'm going to pretend that God's not in the picture. And I'm just going to say that on the merits of the Old Testament itself, it is as if they had imagined in like a sci-fi sort of way, what if there was like a master that was above us and influenced us and judged us, like a great father? And what would he think about us right now? And they just kept that going for thousands of years. And most of the answer, and then it was an honest question. It wasn't like Father always loves us, or Father does always love us, but it's not like Father's always happy. It was an honest question. It was asked in earnest. And most of the time, for natural man, God really is not happy with you. And I'd say for modern man too, but for natural man, if you look at the earliest stories in the Bible, it's pretty savage. If you look at King David, he is a savage, like Conan the Barbarian style, divinely ordained king, like won by blood. And his main thing was that he was obedient to God, to Crom, if you want to really go for the Conan the Barbarian thing, right? You want to sleep? See you, Samson.
Bye, Samson. Thank you for joining.
The savage. So I look at people not as like cursed blood and blessed blood. I look at it as like how long have you been worked on? And right. The thing is, high trust societies are so efficient in the exact reasons that you stated. If you ever want to, I could talk to my dad and make a list and do the video of how much crooked stuff I would have to do to like open a hotel in Jakarta. Like how many bribes would that involve?
Right. Because and open bribes. Like they're simply the rules that you're ostensibly on paper supposed to play by simply run out. They don't offer you any more, headway because they're not expected to, because nobody's really expected to follow the rules. You're expected to, right. Put it in my hand.
Well, the thing is these sort of polytheistic gods are, especially in some cultures. I'm not going to like judge cultures too much, but I do judge cultures. I keep I hide my power level.
If we're just going from a technological perspective, like you look at specs for a computer and you judge, one against the other very closely.
That's true.
If we're talking from a strictly technological perspective about, societies, it is entirely appropriate to judge them.
Right. So the great thing about monotheism. All right. So let's talk about technologies. I'm going to talk about the technology of monotheism. And by the way, I have a bullet point list of our agenda, and it's 5 points, and we're already off. And screw it, I don't care anymore. The monotheistic technology is actually pretty good. I had a discussion with my wife about this, where she was talking about how we have a two-party system, and I said that's actually correct to have a two-party system because there is one truth, and then there's lies. And that's a really good way to position it. Like, because if your God is the God of war, well, then whatever thing is true to you is whatever helps you win the war. Right. So you end up worshiping,
right. Versus a system where where the divine order has like conflicts within it, where you get like Zeus deciding Troy must be destroyed, and then Hera on the other side with Venus, and like you get a tumult in like the right order of being that you don't necessarily get in like a binary split monotheistic
I thought
religion.
Zeus was on the same side as Hera and Venus.
A man being on the same side of his wife? Of course that's true. Always. Never exceptional at all.
God, I'm trying to remember. It's he's on the same, I think you're right, he's on the same side as Hera.
He's on the same side as Hera and against
Venus. Troy is his favorite city, and Hera says, okay, in order to make up, for your fuck up to me, you have to destroy your favorite city. He's like, I really don't want to.
This is like the husband having to sell his like sports car after he's got caught cheating.
Yeah, pretty much.
Funny. Yeah, that's actually pretty. I'm just gonna make modern gods. Actually, I'm gonna do a Neil Gaiman, but better. But the modern gods are just analogies for the Roman gods, but there's American archetypes. It's like Zeus is a greaser. He's just the god of horsepower. But anyways,
present your supplication to Bud.
Exactly. You have to offer. What would you offer to agree,
His,
sir?
his holy symbols are a 6-pack and a lawn chair.
Oh,
yeah,
Lord.
the god of Florida Man. Florida Man being a god would be pretty amazing. I think you'd be like a nature god. Is Florida Man a modern druid? Discuss and think amongst yourselves. He's like out with the gators in the pale moonlight, sipping on a blunt and a Bud Light. There you go. Perfect. Right self. Perfect. These gods are happening. Yeah, monotheism is it. You end up bipolarizing all. You end up bipolarizing all questions, right? You make it a yes or a no, a right or a wrong, which is actually really helpful for us to think about, because then you're forced to make binary choices, and binary choices are actually a lot easier to go through. Whereas if you have like the Green Party and the Conservative Party and the Labor Party or something like that, it's just like, I don't know, I'm 60% loyal to one and 40% loyal to the other. It doesn't necessarily lend, which is why like a thing like MAGA ends up being so effective, because it's basically, are you with America or not? And that just binds together every other debate. Like, is homelessness good for America?
Sorry. I was going to say, you might also have the issue with the Tories and Labor, where you have one that's clearly going full speed in one direction and the other one that's lying to you and then going full, like, speed limit in the same direction as the other ones. And you don't want either of those, but those are your two oppositional forces.
There was a great cult, I think it was in France. I have to cite this. They believed that the Old Testament God was actually the devil. And the Catholic Church set them all on fire. And I think that was the right choice, because to conflate good with evil is exactly what happens when you have a uniparty, when you conceive of a uniparty, that all things are under the great control of the God of nothing ever happens, or whatever fatalistic God you might have. That must be stomped out. So if you start thinking like, so this is why Labor and conservatives are blackpilling a lot of the UK guys, is because it isn't a real choice. It's the same thing. And then reform comes along and is just a grifting. You know, reform was a total grift. I think reform was a total grift. I think Nigel Farage is an absolute actor.
It just kind of,
Well, there's a major technological divergence that's like, and this should be, I think, elevated to sort of a an enduring rule of conservative thought is, did the idea or practice originate in the 20th century, the worst century for human civilization? If it originated in it before regarding it as traditional or even useful or rationally justified, you must exercise increased scrutiny on any set of ideas for the 20th century, because they're probably wrong, and like dangerously wrong. Like radioactive. And Britain's entire political class is composed of people who are all running 20th century ideologies.
What we have to do with so the appearance of contiguous culture is just as important as the actual contiguous culture tradition. I conflated the two just now, but so as an American, our last thing of loyalty to the British is we're going to have to falsify a line of succession that puts Baron Trump as the King of England, and then fight to install him, and then let him go from there. Just kidding. Yeah, exactly right. For anyone who didn't see our last one, this is the most American novel that's ever been written.
Jurassic
we will
Park.
we'll just make shit and unleash it on the world. We don't have any thoughts. It's like, can I make a lunchbox? Like wokeism was just started by a bunch of academics who were like, I think I can get some traction on this. I guarantee you that if there was money in the other side of the argument, they would have been on that side of the argument, most of them, right? I can't see into the hearts of the originators, but like wokeism was just a packaging of the Frankfurt School. We just take stuff that other people come up with. Sometimes Americans do come up with their own stuff, but we will take the best ideas in the world and then just amplify them with a little bit of that German blood that we have, I guess. I don't know. Whatever takes it to the most rational conclusion and then tries to market it. Like it's amazing is that you have almost like this German commitment to logical acceleration and an English system of socialization to create the cabal of academics. And then you have this almost like I don't want to call it Italian. I don't know who's best at marketing. Someone's really damn good at marketing in Europe. I don't know who it is. It's like Italian or French. I can't decide which. I feel like French can take snails and then sell it as like a really good meal, like a really posh meal. So maybe they're the best marketers. They'll just take bugs and just random garbage they find in the forest. The peasants
What's his name? The fella with torches for freedom and selling cigarettes to women. Sold America bacon for breakfast. What's his name? He's Austrian, I think, and like a nephew of Sigmund Freud.
Oh, you know what? America adopted a ton of the psychological. By the way, that's also another new technology that you're saying. Like, is that good
yes.
or is it bad?
Yeah, and psychology's got a mixed record.
Dude, yeah, psychology is just weaponized mimetics. It's kind of has been. That's too. It's too funny. So yes, anything that was in the last century, like we don't know how it's going to pan out yet. That's the craziest thing about America is that we will make diseases, make the cure, and then sell you both. Like inadvertently infect you, and the cure. Just like soda pop used to be a cure for diseases, we'll just sell you the soda pop alone, like a standalone cure. Why not? We'll sell you anything that you'll take. And it's infectious, and it's fun, and it's sexy. And we'll try anything. We tried to make woke sexy for a while. That's a challenge. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, turns out it's massively opposed to the concept of sex.
Yeah, exactly. So we tried it for a hot minute, and we're like, okay, it turns out we've confirmed sex does. Also, America will just turn up already trodden ground just for the sake of it. There's nothing. Yeah, there's no such thing as a settled anything in America. What did we do in the 90s? It was the early 2000s. We tried to bring back lava lamps and like bell bottoms.
That lasted for a little bit.
Yeah, my wife really likes flared jeans, so I can't. And lava lamps. Shit, I can't talk to. My wife is a product of the Spice Girls, the ultimate MK Ultra. Yeah, like we weaponized all this stuff. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting off topic, but like the American empire has been one of just trying shit out and seeing how it lands. Well, these tariffs are 100% just trying shit out. I don't know how much actual thought Trump puts into this stuff. I think it's a lot of thought, a lot more than we think, but it's not like he's spent like standing on 100 years of economics. And he does get stuff wrong, like Project Warp Speed. So
right.
Whereas the English empire,
that's also like, you know, the Project Warp Speed stuff is also like a little bit of, you know, yeah, why wouldn't you trust it? And like the going through the learning process of like, no, there's actually much to distrust.
Yeah,
here. just an alien to the environment.
Robert Kennedy just arrives out of the darkness, like on the Undertaker just coming in.
I mean, like
this is why you don't trust it.
If you're used to just mostly going on instinct and are like naive to certain areas of political action, like why would you suppose that something as urgent as like dealing with matters of human health and well-being aren't controlled by arbitrary and capricious liars?
Yeah, the incentives somehow don't matter to scientists. Scientists are just exempt from the human condition.
The trust of experts.
Which, by the way, having a class of people that are exempt from the human condition is the basis of all religious misadventure, I think. Anyways,
yeah, I think that's about right.
Humanity's always been the villain of its own story, which I think is great. And then it's just like occasionally triumphant entirely because of God. Because if you give humanity any credit, they will allow it to take it to their heads, and they'll just go way too ham. Anyways, yes.
So all of many.
Correct. This is actually a pretty good way to jump on to the economics of the. Okay, so we talked about America a lot. It's what I know the best. But the English Empire, the British Empire, their identity, as far as I can. So this is like new subject, boom, title, like put the minute counter on there. It seems like Europe is very ethnocentric. America, maybe not so much. The English Empire tried to separate things, whereas I think America tries to infect their culture upon in its totality. And when it comes to economic extraction, it's weird because we're totaling in terms of culture, and then we're just purely extractive in terms of economics. It's whereas the how does our empire interact with the world, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Well, on one hand, like a lot of things the British like to say is that all of their foreign colonies still like them and are still working with them. Like you look at the United States, you look at Australia, you look at, all of these different regions, they still have friendly relations. Whereas America,
that one country that decolonized and recently petitioned to rejoin the Commonwealth? I forget what it was.
Oh, really? Somebody did that? That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's badass. The okay, look that up, Cosmo, while I vamp here. What I'm trying to get at is like we have an identity as Americans, which is nebulous as best. Okay, but I have been devoting so many hours to figuring out what the fuck is an American. That's not an easy question. Like, what is an American? And the reason why I use the F word is because it's so frustrating of a question to answer because the cognitive dissonance is kind of built in. Whereas being an English, by the way, the English are okay. So what makes an Englishman? Okay. A reverence for rules, good play, a love of discussion and analysis down to a degree that most people would find unreasonable. Cream versus jam versus cream. I will go to that village and I will put cream and jam on the same thing next to each other and just taco it. And then I will be promptly lynched, is my plan for my vacation. Like they will make a regulation out of just about anything. So they tend to try to regulate themselves, of course, right? They make definitions. They define things. Like the first thing you ask an Englishman is they'll ask you the definition of something, which is why a lot of engineering does come from England, not just because their coal mines were underneath the water table, although that does have something to do with it. If you ever watched Dan from Lotus Eaters talking about why England became so industrially powerful, it's actually it's a tale of happy coincidences. But the need to scrutinize and define is actually really important to have any sort of technical discussion. Engineers, myself being one, our language is very specific and separate from English.
Yes.
If I told you that strength and toughness are two completely antipodal concepts,
yep,
like you can't be tough and strong. Most people would say that's the dumbest thing they've ever heard. And what do you mean? And then I'll show you a definition. I'll show you a graph of the modulus of elasticity. And like, this is one is tough and this one is strong. Because we've co-opted the English. The English language, by the way, also is a beautiful language in that it allows for tremendous nuance, which allows for technical thought. In other words, it allows for a greater diversity of thought. However, an Englishman is a pretty settled thing because they're from England. Right? If you're born on that island and you're of that stock and you've been there for time immemorial, you're more English than someone who just showed up 3 generations ago and settled, right?
Or
easily defined. Yeah, exactly. And America is not so easy to define. Not so easy to define. So what defines an American has been what I've been trying to figure out. I don't think we're going to settle that in the discussion at all.
I mean, I can give you a real unsatisfactory answer that
I love unsatisfactory
that does explain. It's you believe you're a member of the tribe, and the rest of the tribe believes you're a member of the tribe. That's it.
Okay, this is part of like the tradition as part of perception, right? Like the perception of tradition is just as important as this is maybe a universal truth then. However, the English have just very well defined things, so it's very hard to be a counterfeit Englishman. It'd be very funny to have like a video series where I do travel to England and try to be an Englishman, and I just become this absolute Mr. Bean character.
Well, I mean, what kind of Englishman are you? But there's something to that, there's a lot of it's not necessarily as visible to Americans, but there are a lot of different like regional subcultures in England, and they exist in friendly tension with one another.
Well,
America has the same thing, just
in America too.
Yeah, we have the same thing. Just our like tribe, like sub-tribal affiliations are like geographically pretty massive.
They are massive, but they're strong. I think we inherited a lot of the Scots-Irish clannishness, which allows us to attack our own fellow American fairly. By the way, this is a thing I said in joking.
It's also fierce loyalty to tribe, and if your tribe is fiercely loyal internally and views itself as loyal to the over tribe, like it works out.
This is true. And the thing is that it does keep the over tribe in check. Right? Like our military. Okay, let's talk about just raw power. I don't believe that America will ever have a military civil war ever, because just the world has kind of transcended beyond the warrior to now the merchant, and that just is what it is. Like the final transition of the merchant had probably happened a while ago. So economic repercussions are far more powerful than military ones. But let's just say the military, right? The military tribe is very much the American country person, not so much the urbanite, right? If you ever, by the way, I feel it's a psyop, like a CIA psyop, that every single World War II movie has a guy from New York somewhere in there who plays a pivotal role. I don't think that's actually true. I think most of them are like Appalachian country people. Like the guy.
Yeah, it's the character is, hey, I'm walking here on the field.
Yeah, you a Nazi? I don't like Nazis. I love Jews. You know, that's what I'm about. You know, everything that's, you know, dude. The American people were only really united for the first time during World War II, I think, in our military. All right, damn it, son of a, that's 2-1. I lose based on like the shuttle trajectory system. One computer disagreeing with the other two means I lose. I'll finish my thought.
There's periods where America's been more and less unified. That's an obvious example of where it's, you know, really putting in the strategy, like the enforcing the belief of like one army, one nation kind of thing. It's a modern instantiation, but it's also an instantiation that occurs within the context of modernity. It's going to look different in periods of the past. That similar kind of unity.
I will qualify this statement is that America was the most unified during World War II because of mass communication, mass conscription and enlistment, and mass industrialization, which meant the spread of people who were from maybe more educated backgrounds going around. And I'm including the immediate post-war in this as well. And that we unified the United States culture in a way that had not been there before. And I think most people were fairly loyal to their state until World War II cropped up. And then you get the greatest generation, which I think is the Cotton Hill generation. Like if you ever watch King of the Hill, where it's like, you're either with America or you're not. And yes, my state is the best state.
World War One.
World War One. I feel like all right, I don't know that much about World War One, but I will make a strong opinion on it because I'm an American, and knowing things is not a restrictive constraint on me having an opinion.
Okay.
World War One was like an adventure. World War One was like an adventure for America. I feel like we're just kind of like popping in. It wasn't the mass industrialization that World War II was. I feel like World War II was really dire because we were attacked. Whereas World War I was us trying to help out our allies. Why were we in World War I? Did they? It's like the Lusitania. They attacked our boat.
Yeah, they attacked our boat.
Dude, attacking America's boat is like attacking a guy's girlfriend. We just won't stand for it.
And the thing is that afterwards, like before, like Roaring '20s until the Great Depression, we were helping Germany with their payments to France. So there was a whole like system that was dedicated to trying to pay back those, like the Whitmore Republic.
Yeah.
And they were actually doing fairly well to a fault, and then everything kind of fell apart. But yeah, I would argue it was more of World War One is the start of it. Like I think World War II solidified it, but World War One was the start.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, America's actually in some regards like the Act 2 villain of World War One. Because our entry and then how we pushed for peace and the very it was very a bit bizarre constraints we did it under. Like we essentially like ended the war in such a way that the traditional settlement between European states could not be reached. In a way that like was actually worse for everybody involved.
Okay, that sounds fascinating. We need to have a talk entirely about that, and I need a book list from you. I'm working through your book list, by the way. Be proud of me. Yeah, I'm working through JD Vance's book. JD Vance is an easy read, by the way, and he does confirm.
He's a really good writer.
He does confirm my my simultaneous admiration and complete. What do you call it when you really disrespect something? Whatever that is. Disregard for the American Midwest and like the American country person. I both love them and hate their guts.
Yeah,
I'm like,
one of the early examples is Mountain Dew in his baby bottle.
Yeah,
Like,
that was pretty funny.
Oh no!
Good Lord,
yeah,
God have mercy. Why would you?
Yeah, exactly. Like I simultaneously like love you guys and hate you guys, and half of my family is definitely hillbilly elegy, which makes me very conflicted because I really like them, but I also like, good Lord, which puts me in a weird, awkward position for like the H-1B debate because I'm simultaneously of the mind that I love America, America's the best, and also, God dang, you guys are despondent. Let me put it dysfunctional as hell. So
well, I think that's part of the problem around discussions of ethnicity and where they get like ridiculous and dumb is almost nobody is willing to, like, people are seemingly often not willing to admit that their society has faults. Or that their way of life has faults and shortcomings. And like, that's how you can tell the people who are actually like having the conversation in good faith and in a way that's actually going to progress anything, is they're going to be like, yeah, I really love my culture. It's mine. Some of these things we do make us look ridiculous, or just like, God, why do we always do this? You know?
Well, I think also something.
I mean, like the Irish, for instance, are, or at least were traditionally, immensely proud of their heritage and will fully recognize that, like, they're just ancestrally an unbroken line of fuck ups.
I mean, you got to roll for your crew, man. Sorry, Luna, you're going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say also the generational grievances that are ingrained in lots of cultures. You were talking about the Irish, but you want to talk about the Irish feud with the British. That is a whole kettle of fish. Like that, generations upon generations of hatred going back.
I made a joke a while. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just so excited to make this joke. I made a joke a while ago that the English are going to be the last nation to rebel against the British Empire. Is that they're kind of coming to the point where they are the new Irishmen. The English are always going to find an Irish. Okay, the English are always going to find an Irish. Now, sometimes they find it in far off colonies in the Orient, and sometimes they find it right here at home among the English. But I don't know. They always need a Pratt. It's the same thing in British comedy. Is you'll notice that every British comedy has a Pratt. They need a Pratt. They need a Lister. They need a Rimmer. But by the way, dual Pratt, by the way, in Red Dwarf. But they need a Baldric. They need that. Right?
Well,
they just can't exist without it. I don't know why culturally they just have to have a Pratt.
Yeah, well, part of my point about that is when you talk about generational grievances and you're talking about Britain and some of those European nations are like thousands of years old and have a long, long history with each other, like how the Brits hate the French and the French relationship with the Germans, which is why World War II ended the way it did, or how World War I ended the way it did. It's sort of like, well, the French invaded us via Napoleon, and then you had the Napoleonic Wars, and then you had the Germans that stormed Versailles, and then you had the French getting revenge back on the Germans. Or I say the Germans, but before that it was the Prussians, and before that it was the Holy Roman Empire. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things that's like seems ridiculous about the West, and like, you know, particularly when you talk in the context of ancients and how ancients recognize the concept of war, you know, how you have to recognize existential struggles and stuff like that. The high capacity, high technology Europeans actually have a concept of rules for war, and that there's things you're allowed to do and not do, and like and the nations will actually honor remonstrances with one another, and like, oh yeah, my bad. And I think one of the things about World War I was in I forget which one of the previous centuries wars, Germany or Prussia did a hunger blockade of a British city, and rather than address it, the British are just like, we'll pass this one up and then save it for precedent later for something we know we're not allowed to do. Part of what drove like the sort of shameful conclusion of World War I was the British were like, we're hunger blockading and we can do it because you did it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
There's very much these cultural grievances that get handed down. I think there's less of that in America just because of our short history. At least
also, Americans are, despite our short history, we also do not commit it at all to ourselves and our identity. Like we don't. There are grievances that we have, Americans have, and we'll forget about it we'll forget about it in 10 years.
Yes.
We don't care. Like so here's the thing about the Europe that kind of frustrates me is they are so, I think it was a funny thing. Someone posted it as like a W for the Europeans of like, oh, we've honored 1,000-year-old treaty. Aren't we great? And I was like, Americans would be like, what treaty? I didn't agree to that. I don't care. There's a certain honorless society that Americans have that is kind of like, what have you done for me lately? Kind of mindset that actually keeps us out of all these entanglements. Because you got to remember that despite how gallant all this stuff seems about World War I and World War II, it did lead to the destruction essentially of Europe. Like there's a certain mutually assured destruction of a fully honorable society and a non-pragmatist society. And America will shift on a dime to do what is best for America in that moment, which is a bad thing sometimes, a good thing most of the time. I don't know. The thing is, we also make friends with our enemies too. Like I could go to Vietnam. I don't think I'm going to get harassed. I have friends that go to Vietnam.
It's kind of like being like a shonen manga protagonist.
Yeah, we make our enemies into our friends. Next issue, it's like, how is this guy on our team?
Yeah, but we're also like kind of dopey and goofy and like not at all cultured.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard a single downside yet. I conflate the word dopey with earnest a lot of times.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the importance of being the Americans don't as you said, our superpowers, we don't overthink stuff. We don't overthink stuff.
Yeah, wait, it's a superpower we inherited from our dad.
Oh yeah,
I mean, like,
well,
that's kind of the British thing.
Well, the American father is really the British common man, with a bit of nobility, right, to guide things along. But the common man has been the thing that has stood the test of time. Like the sort of Tidewater Brits who settled the Virginia, Maryland area, who are like the main part of the founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution. They just don't exist anymore, really. The Southern gentleman doesn't really exist anymore. Like as I said in my video earlier today, I had a video that I posted. I sat on this video for about 2 weeks before I decided to post it because it's like I don't like saying bad things, but I don't like saying negative things. But I had to finally say, like, why do I think all of the Anglo nations of the world are falling apart except for America? Is because America is not really Anglo; it's Scots-Irish. It's extremely clannish. It's extremely country. It's essentially Scotch-Irish versus the puritanical woke. Right. Is our binary of today, and the puritanical woke are getting their asses handed to them.
Yeah. Well, and you know what's funny about that too is like there's actually a major ethnic difference between the Scotch-Irish that we are culturally or that we inherited culturally versus the Scots that for centuries essentially administered the British Empire and like led the UK.
Oh, the Mary Queen of Scots,
because they had a disproportionate number of Scottish leaders. The one of the big differences is Scotland sort of emptied out of its like violent reprobates, whether that be through war and sending them off in the army, or just a lot of them being sent to America. And basically after America got its Scotsmen, like essentially the depletion of the Scotsmen that came to America led the remainder to be like brilliant and civilized. Like we essentially took their
we got rid of the riffraff. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, I'm actually a big fan of the theory that the savage part of your population, which is in times of peace, prosperity, and goodness, are like a net drain on your society. They are your trailer trash. They are the ones who are like beating their wife. They're the ones who are abusing drugs because they're either abusing drugs or doing horrendously dangerous stuff with cars. However, during a war, they're really, really handy. And I don't, and America does have a lot of them. I live amongst them, the Scotch-Irish. Do you have any idea how many like crazy dope fiends there are out here?
A lot.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like in a war, I'm like, I kind of need these guys. Kind of need these bros.
Well, what
because
you say
if you
what
get
the problem with the British is the lower classes and that they're not rising up in the same way that the Scotch Irish are in America. If something went wrong.
I mean,
Well,
I think they're starting to, but like, you know, like talk
seen,
about a
right?
civilization that had, you know, trustworthy people and is like having to deal with not having trustworthy people anymore.
They over-optimize their
you know,
system,
there's
right?
a big
God
culture
bless the
shock
British.
for them.
It's like a perfect body that was engineered, right? A perfect body that was engineered, and then all of a sudden some disease that it wasn't engineered to deal with shows up.
Yeah.
It was never engineered. And that's why another thing from Sargon's video from earlier today about an interview with Andy Ngo is that they just couldn't handle the kind of foreigner they're getting. I guarantee you, if they had not this is the doom of the greatness of an empire is also the doom of its nation. Did I shed off all the adventures and was that good?
Did I send you that article on the, you know, against America's special sauce theory? That America is actually like, so much better at integration than other civilizations. Like just looking at, you know, socioeconomic like background, level of education, economic attainment, etc. It's actually not necessarily that America is any better at it than anywhere else. We just take better quality migrants, like, you know, on those metrics, excluding Mexicans, than basically anywhere else in the world. And the UK and Germany and France are taking literally the worst migrants you can possibly imagine.
Well, you don't need to send me that. You can just send me my video on What is America, Part 1, where I literally say that there's a Pareto distribution and a network effect that comes into place that like locks America, that whoever's the top empire is locked in as the recipient of all the world's best. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, so we are going to get and everyone else is going to get the dregs. Like first place, to quote Glenn Ross, first place is a Cadillac Eldorado. Second place is a set of steak knives. Third place is you're fired. That's the distribution. I mean, that's Glenn Ross is, by the way, like I haven't watched it until after my college years, but it is essentially my spirit animal in terms of that's how I lived my life as a son of an Asian man. Is that you're the first place? Like we literally live by if you're not first place, you're last place, which is why Asian Americans are doing the best in the entire world. It's not a flex; it's that we're so desperate because we know what's going to happen if we aren't. Is that we'll be put in concentration camps or like exterminated by the Communist Party or something like that. Because those Asians it's not a like full racial extermination is not a foreign concept to the Asian.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're just America, like you have living family memory that's just close enough to like the really aggressively bad circumstances that it's not like unfathomable or whatever. Like, no. You need to draw limits and enforce standards because it will get really bad if you don't.
Yeah.
Correct. We're living close enough to where we think it's demonry and witchcraft to not make money. Which is, by the way, I keep trying to explain to the Lotus Eaters on their live cast that like the Victorian mindset was passed on to the Asians. And I don't know if they want to hear it or not, because it is true that like we will hit the library so hard and so fast because it's either that or extermination. And it was like what we clung on to survive. America accept
the motivator.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! Like, and the thing is, Asians traditionally, like especially Oriental Asians, have done really well in America and been well regarded. First off, most decorated unit in American history is the 442nd, fully Japanese unit, World War II. We just can't help but like excel. Not that I'm Japanese, but like just on for the Oriental boys, absolutely. Like we work really hard, which is why like I think that America is a meritocracy if you sort of drink the Kool-Aid of what it is. To go back to the identity of these nations, is that America would find. So I play this game. Is what would America stomach? Okay, let's say that Usain Bolt, younger Usain Bolt, right? His gold medals are ahead of him. Decided he was a full-on American. He's waving the flag. He loves it. He's got his flag. He's got his glasses. He's got his glasses. Okay, and he says, "I love America." Whatever. Okay, well he's Jamaican, so I love America, man. All right, and he's up here and he's like. Yeah, I think he's Jamaican. Usain Bolt. He goes, I love America. I want to be an American. He gets his citizenship. He is an American now by citizenship. and he wins a bunch of gold medals, America would put him on all the cereal boxes. We'd love him. We'd be like, hell yeah, that's an American, because he's first off paying fealty to the nation and he's successful.
Well, that's kind of one of the things of like, if you're immigrating somewhere with the intention of living there indefinitely, like it's imperative on you, like it's your actual moral duty to integrate. And it's not just your moral duty to integrate, but to become like an ultra national for wherever you're going.
Yes. And it's very different from what's happening in Britain.
Right. Yeah. Like if I was to move to Italy with the intention of staying to Italy, like it's my responsibility to be as like hard in the paint for Italy as possible.
You're gonna be at mass. You're gonna be at the I almost said temple. You're gonna be at the cathedral like 6 days a week. You're gonna be lighting so many candles. You're gonna find the most Italian woman you could possibly find. 100%. Right. My dad did the same thing for America. He came to America, absolutely worked his ass off, which is, by the way, an American quality from our Protestant background. Work your ass off. He married an American woman. She was a single. My mom was a single mother when he married her. Okay, so she just saved someone's tax dollars. Okay, Dad's already saving tax dollars. Had like 4 more kids with my mom, and just did it up. Man is terrible English. Okay, my dad is terrible English. Okay, but he's American as F, because he also worked for the IRS, saving American tax dollars, not auditing Americans, but he was like stopping Nigerian dudes from claiming their cousin as the vice president of a nonprofit and assigning them a ton of. But anyways, yeah, exactly. Okay, so exactly. Apu becoming a U.S. citizen, like being a U.S. citizen is a trial by fire. It's not supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy. The process is supposed to be difficult, and the standards are very high.
Yeah. Well, they're ostensibly supposed to be high. Part of the problem is we have nobody's running did this idea come from the 20th century? It's probably bad on, our politics, like British politics, stuff like that. Like,
well, even another test, which I would say is an even better test, is this policy bearing fruit? Right?
Absolutely. You just reality test things. Like,
exactly.
I used to say this to liberal friends and family all the time. Like, okay, let's just like set aside reasons. We're just going to ignore rationales and everything like that. Like, let's look at California. We both agree it's a shithole. Yep. If the Democrats were right, like if the liberal philosophy was right, you've had uncontested control of this state for so long. Like.
Correct. And it started from a really good point.
This place wouldn't be a disaster, but it clearly is. So, like, just looking at outcomes, it's virtually impossible for you to be correct.
Yes, correct. America does not stand on anything. And by the way, what we're talking about right now, to all the British viewers who might be viewing this after the fact, is we are talking about a meritocracy. We will know them by their fruits is literally meritocratic.
Yeah. And like, there's some stuff that could be like, thought to be like talking about blood, but like what we're actually talking about is the cultural technology you've got on board in your head. And while this tends to break down along ethnic lines because most people live with people like them and ethnicities have shared cultures when they're living in proximity, etc., it tracks closely with it. But you've talked about in the past the concept of moral awakening, and when people in different cultures go through a moral awakening that differentiates them from their host culture. And if they're really successful with it, they change the way that culture works. I mean, this is like, minorities like the Hakka Chinese in Malaysia, and part of why they were able to like really, really succeed is, moral awakenings that differentiated them from the culture around them into which they'd assimilated.
Well, there's another problem though with the American empire is that it is a reverse colonization empire where we will take in people to America, and we actually brain drain. And I would say in what we're talking about is moral awakening drain the rest of the world. Whereas you could probably have a lot of mini Americas if you not take on so many immigrants. And,
Razor Fist has a great rant about this. Why America and Mexico need the wall from like the 2016 electoral thing. Like, taking unlimited, like especially male Mexicans is really effing bad for Mexico because it's a constant pressure relief valve that enables their failed society to continue failing indefinitely.
Correct.
Well,
Because they can just
the
off gas to the
cartels.
US.
I'm sorry, what was that, Luna?
I said it's also an issue with the cartels. When you have cartels that are getting so powerful that they're challenging the government itself, and the government itself is under the thumb of these cartels, you sort of have to, cut that off at the pass, and the Americans can stop it far easier than Mexico can, just because we have the capacity to do so.
Well, part of the unfortunate thing is like the Spanish colonial like social technologies that evolved in sort of the greater domain of New Spain. And this gets gone over a lot in Why Nations Fail, is actually a like technologically really, really bad branch. And things like the cartel problem in modern Mexico are like, no, this is sort of just a natural continuity of the last 200-300 years of governance in Mexico. Like their cultural tradition is being ultra corrupt, like, borderline like shitlord warlords, covered in a drape of like democratic notions, but it's absolutely false. Like Mexico's political culture is a loser. And like that country won't succeed until it essentially destroys that political culture. It's impossible.
Yeah.
And the cartels are just the latest instantiation of it.
And that is possible. I was thinking
it is.
What's the country? I think it's is it Venezuela
or El Salvador?
El Salvador.
Want to put everyone in jail?
Yeah.
Yeah. When everyone's throwing everyone's ass in jail. Hell yeah. A lot of these cultures are failing for a few reasons, and for a few of the same reasons, right? It's first off, it's free money that people have not earned it, and it's second off, the alleviation of laws, right? That's the common thread against the entire world, by the way. Like a lot of these high-minded philosophers are blaming liberalism or blaming this or blaming that or blaming this esotericism. It's like, no, there's two things. It's like you have laws that you don't enforce or you enforce unequally, which is the same thing.
Right.
And you just
which is essentially you actually going back on your tech stack a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Holding everyone to the law. It'd be funny. I might have to do more research and do this video. I think it'd be a funny video. Is like the Senate was right to kill Caesar. Because he was breaking so many norms of what made a Roman, like putting the Gaul. And I also would reason that Caesar. Okay. I'm going to also reason that Caesar was a bit of the villain. Is that he was starting to bring tons of foreigners in to govern Rome and to be on the Senate.
Yeah, that one's a problem. Wait,
well, the problem. He's also buying votes. He's also draining Rome's coffer to buy. Like everything he was doing was very Democrat Party coded.
Yeah, but that's also not terrifically uncommon in Rome. Like, because if you're looking at like, okay, let's suppose that the like form of democracy is like a refined technology and we have a significantly more refined version of it now. Right, yeah. I still don't know that it's necessarily good, but ours is far more refined. Roman democracy was much more crude. A lot of that stuff was standard. And it's like, it's the leaded gasoline of democracy.
Well, here's another thing. Here's a bit of technology that I think that actually sets us apart from that is that we have I'm going to name it now. I'm going to coin this term is that the projection of reciprocity. And the Republican Party is guilty to this to a fault.
Yeah.
And it's fairly self-explanatory. But however, you have to couple the projection of reciprocity with the technology of emergent or realized reciprocity. In other words,
because if somebody's not upholding reciprocity, but they're holding you to the standard of reciprocity, you're like, oh, yeah, like, no, fuck this guy. The rules are of no assistance when you don't play by the rules. Fuck you.
Yeah, at this point, based on what I've seen, like Obama should just be in court for the rest of his life.
Yes.
We're just going to keep finding random shit. I don't care what it is. You didn't do your taxes right? Okay, well, fuck you. We're going to just put you on that. We'll put you on trial for 5 years. We're just going to be in discovery.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of those politicians have enough stuff under closets that they can get away with putting them in court for life.
Yeah, well,
it's kind of amazing how squeaky clean Trump has been in some of these court cases.
Well, if people came to right now, this is my level of reciprocity at this moment. If a dozen obviously lying women said that Obama had molested them, I'd be like, all right, throw some money at it and just keep them in court for a while. We're just gonna fuck it. Like I don't care if they're all Stormy Daniels. I couldn't care less. I don't care if it literally is Stormy
Daniels. So that's where you start to get into problems.
but it's just Obama
because wait,
you marked him.
Yeah,
He's a marked man.
Like Western civilizations and like the inheritors of sort of the one civilization went through this a lot, and it's part of like why America has this sort of like brain dead mythology around peaceful transfer of power. Is that there's some things you don't do because taking reprisals instantiates reprisals as norms. And this norm is actually part of what makes Mexico such a fucked up shithole. Is that was not just not headed off, but instantiated there. And most Americans who parrot it don't have like a real understanding of what this looks like or where it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think you have to be very gentle and very respectful of the law, but like, yeah, you absolutely like, even if it's not necessarily strictly like legal reprisals, there needs to be like a stiff arm, like, no, this is a section of society that you and everyone you are involved with is now barred from. Don't question it. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll go to the hard stuff.
I'm going to let Luna speak here in a second. I'm sorry, Luna. I just want to jump in because I think I'm going to forget this because I'm really bad about retaining ideas. I have a braid of a bird. Okay. This is why we had the ancient societies actually had a concept of ostracism or othering, exile, ostracism, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, we're back to this. Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, were we back to it? We were ever there before? I don't remember.
We were talking a few weeks ago about who would you exile?
Oh yeah, that's right. Hell yeah. I think Obama's going to get exiled. I think Obama would get exiled right now with the Democrats, to be honest. I think the black people would be like, oh, screw this guy. Well, yeah, it's exactly correct. That's the reason is that you're making them the exception. And you're saying specifically the things I'm about to do to this person are not the norm. This is what and you have to fervently establish that what they did was not the norm. And this, in other words, you're saying that people who defy the norm get abnormal treatment. Mm-hmm. And we're an in-group. We have an in-group, and we're all treated like from the show Rome, right? Where Caesar is so pissed that they killed what's his face? Like he's a consul of Rome. Who is that? Is that Magnus? I forget.
Pompey Magnus. Yeah.
Pompey Magnus. Yeah. Like despite the fact that he is an absolute bastard that tried to kill me, he's still a consul of Rome. Until you've betrayed your office of consul of Rome and been officially ostracized, denounced, exiled, mm-hmm. you should be treated as such, which is why I'm saying like American citizens should be treated as such, which is why I also don't extend the equitable treatment, like this due process crap that people have been saying about illegals. I was like, and luckily the Republicans are getting better at this, where they recognize reciprocity as a two-way street. Yes. Where they say like the amount of due process you put to get into the country,
it's not a whip for your opponent to beat you with.
We will wield it in kind. Reciprocity must be reciprocated. In other words, which
exactly.
Yeah. So
it seems stupid, but like it's expressing the symmetry to the rule. Like if you don't have symmetry, the rule doesn't function.
Well, and also it comes from the malicious compliance version of the golden rule, right? Treat others mm-hmm. as you wish to be treated. Well, therefore, anyone I consider to be a fellow is treating me the way they wish to be treated. Mm. So if they go over and like kill my dog because it's barking too much and their dog barks, well, then it would be the kind thing to just kill the dog. It's like
academic agent.
Yeah, well, what maybe? I don't know. What are you referring to?
When somebody claims to be a friend and clearly treats you like an enemy, they are signaling they are an enemy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like in other words, it's like by the fruits you will know them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like these fruits are poisonous. So it's exactly that. And the thing is, what you do, the reason why it doesn't become some sort of pagan tit for tat is that you still give them an out. At any point in the process, they can grovel, admit they've done wrong, throw themselves in the mercy of the court of public opinion or the court of those they've wronged, and then be redeemed. That's mm-hmm. the difference. That's the difference. Like
redemption, by the way, is also a technology, as so is forgiveness.
Correct. Well, Christianity was a weird crypto technology that popped out because it answers so many questions. right?
Yes, it was essentially a git merge between Judaism and Greek philosophy. And it turns out it actually created a baller ass program.
It's a great program, worth defending. It is the West. It is the West, because the West is not purely Greek, nor is it purely Judaic.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a liberal arts tradition of saying, the West is composed of two cities, Athens and Jerusalem. You say Athens and Jerusalem to somebody who's classically educated, they know immediately the kind of tension you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's something that I would love to explore sometime with you some more, because you're actually a philosopher, a genuine philosopher.
I mean, I always treat philosopher as like an aspirational title. I'm an asshole who thinks and talks sometimes. Other people.
Yeah, all right, that's my ass. Yeah, that's my Listen, go ahead. Go ahead.
I love this. This digression is fun, but I know like we had Luna like waiting on something, so I want to,
I'm so sorry, Luna. Sorry, Luna. Luna, did you keep the thought? All right, go ahead.
I still exist somewhere in the ether, just floating in space.
Speak.
Floating in cyberspace.
Women are speaking. I can't go down that far. My knees are.
Okay. Anyway, what I was kind of trying to say is, when you talk about reciprocity and all of that things getting way, way, way back, what I was basically trying to say is you have to have justice. Like, there's a lot of issues with some of our world leaders doing really irreprehensible things, and sometimes they do them not realizing the consequences. And you could see that to some degree, giving some sort of grace to our leaders because they have to make a tough call, and maybe it went south real bad, but it was a call they had to make and they didn't know it was going to happen that badly. On the other hand, if they're knowingly doing really criminal acts, there has to be some form of justice. You can't let that sort of thing slide, or else you fall into corruption.
Can I invoke Dan Carlin for a second? I know Dan Carlin is a weird figure, but his hardcore history podcasts are pretty good. And then it's the Painfotainment one about torture and death, and how our ancestors approached torture, is that it was actually a chance for not torture necessarily, but public execution. Is that it was a bit of a show, and it was a show about redemption. And now a man who is faced with his end right in front of him, will he repent? Will he fess up to what he has done wrong? And I'll tell you something, like, a man who is very close to death is a very honest man, typically speaking.
It's also an opportunity for shared catharsis between the executed and the rest of society, and an opportunity for them to like come together and celebrate the triumph of the moral order.
And it's such a pitiable sight.
What you were saying about redemption, because I feel like a lot in the modern day that has been lost. How many times have you heard people say, especially in the online sphere, don't apologize, you're just going to get scorched? And how many times has that happened? Like, redemption and forgiveness are real key to a civilization. We need it so that we can move forward as a civilization. But the fact that this has fallen backwards, and that redemption has become such a poisonous thing that they're saying don't do it, is really detrimental to the culture.
Well, it's about
what's actually being said there is a fundamental rule, which is no co-civilization with barbarians. You don't share civilized rules with like, you don't try to live with people who want you dead. And I think it's very interesting the way you framed bringing up justice, because it's like what we were talking about earlier with truth. You can talk about reciprocity and the nature of reciprocity as purely a relativistic phenomenon. And that gets you to, sort of the same space as like lying being a prevalent, cultural norm. Justice specifically, and its, intellectual history and development, is an attempt to create objective standards for what is right treatment or right conduct. So essentially using justice as the line within reciprocity is establishing a standard outside of relativism.
Yeah.
You know, where you get into like, don't ask for forgiveness. Don't, you know, it's a relativistic environment that discards the concept of justice. If justice were involved, you know, these vultures wouldn't be looking to extract an apology from you when you did nothing wrong. You know, so forgiveness, like, it's possible that, you know, the current, you know, modern like moral movement does result in a loss of understanding of forgiveness. But, you know, you never ask for people from whom, you know, like, you know, asking for forgiveness is just an excuse to get you on your knees so they can hit you again.
This is the part about in and out group, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the truth of it. I don't know the truth of it of like, do Christians have an obligation to mete out behavior to the out group? I would say so. That's how I'm kind of like falling towards.
I mean, you belong to an evangelical ecumenical religion. Like, yeah, of course you do. It's baked into your religion.
Yeah. Like the part of it that I would say is true is that, like, again, a man who's on a scaffold and being ready to be hanged is probably the most honest person you might meet, unless they are deceiving themselves, unless they're lying to themselves. You're seeing the inner monologue outward if you just ask them to speak, I think. You've had a lot of people on a gibbet also curse those who would hang them as well. Mm-hmm. And you've seen Christians being, okay, so I'm going to bring this back now to the Christianity. You've seen a lot of Christians being treated horrendously unfairly for things that they've been asked to apologize for. First off, don't do a thing that you think you should apologize for. If you ever think that, like, oh man, that thing I said I might have to apologize for, which I have hundreds of examples of in my own life, which I wish I could apologize for. The people are either gone or not, and I'll bear those on my soul, and I'll ask for forgiveness. But if you conduct yourself in a way that gives them the scalp to take in the first place, is you're not being a very good Christian. And if you can't be a very good Christian, at least be a quiet Christian. If you must, you do have a duty to. I think you do have a duty to apologize, and it does give them a scalp, which is why there's a certain level of reduction in status against Christians who screw up really bad. The thing is, you can't square it. Like, Christianity is made to keep you in check. It's not there to make society good. It's the fact that it does keep you in check, though, that makes society good. If people, ascribe to it. And the thing, and I will say, is like someone who is part of a tradition of making Christianity in places that are extremely Muslim, you're supposed to form a sub-civilization within your civilization.
And that works to some degree, especially in the Muslim nations, assuming that they don't, pillage your village and kill you all.
That's part of your job as a Christian. Yeah. You're supposed to die. It's your job. It's your job to die. When I see a Muslim burning a cathedral, I'm thinking like, that's the script. Let's see how the Christians conduct themselves. Like, no, it's the script. Like, I've seen so many girls beheaded, not in person, but like my Indonesian church raising money for the funeral. You think like you get a discount, like 10% off the top when they're missing a head. Hey-o. But
and it's really awful. Like, at the same time, it's sort of like,
look at the kingdom of you get the kingdom of heaven.
Crusades are justified. It's basically what I was getting at.
Right. Exactly. Well, you apologize to God. Like, if you lie, that's an infraction to God. And if I was being martyred today for a thing I legitimately did wrong in a Muslim country, I would say, like, I owe God an apology. For the great God, I have lied. And to him, I am a villain. And I ask I ask on my knees for forgiveness for what I have done. But these unconverted, these people who are lost, I cannot apologize for. No apology would ever reach their hearts, their hardened hearts. They want blood, and blood is what they'll get. The kingdom of heaven will be mine forever and always. And to them, a kingdom of dirt. That's what I'd say, essentially. It's like, I apologize to God. I know my apology would be wasted on these Muslims.
Yeah.
I offer it anyway.
But usually you're not getting killed for just lying, just to be perfectly clear. Like, a lot of times What?
Well, I mean, my family also survived as Christians among Muslims because we maintain the highest moral standards. If they had an excuse to kill us, they would do it.
Well, I mean, in certain cases, I'm trying to think of what the church is. I think it's in Egypt. They had dammed up the river so that it sort of it blocked all the water from coming down and sort of caused a drought where the Muslims were, and the Muslims decided to leave them alone because they had access to the river. It's like, is that justified or not? And that doing so allowed the Christians to survive and save themselves.
Good question. We'll find out when we meet the maker, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like, is the debt of your enemy worth? This is why I'm. This is the weird thing about being a Christian, is that you're never supposed to be certain about these things that are so uncertain, because humans have a way of mucking things up.
Yep.
So that you need a lawyer. But the thing is, you don't need a lawyer. You need a forgiver, and it's up to you to be forgiven. That's why, like, proper devout Christians, especially of the South and Appalachia, are actually capable of the most horrendous things that you could ever imagine. Right? Like, my neighbor before he passed away, my neighbor Robert, he's a lifelong Appalachian of the Plateau and Putnam County, Tennessee. And he was talking about, like, just peppering the jungles with shotgun shells because he'd, like, hear a noise. And it was like, it might be a Viet Cong, so I'm just going to blast everything. And I had the impression that he'd killed some men. Probably. But the thing is, like, yeah, it's like, it is what it is, right? You do your best you can. You make the decisions as best you can, but you know you're running on your own judgment. Like, God's not going to come down and just, like, bless the decision you've made. But the decision you made is rooted in sin. It's going to end in sin. Like, we're all apart from the divine. We're put into very non-divine situations, and we're going to have a very non-divine answer. Like, we're not Jesus. And the Jesus' answer was to be a complete martyr. Essentially turned himself in.
Well, in doing so, that he became the sacrifice to save us from sin and death.
And keeps us from having to be sacrifices ourselves. So I say, like, if you're a Christian, do go ham, but stand on principle.
Well, I mean, like, also, sell your cloak for a sword.
Correct.
There's a closeness to, like, if you have principles, you also shouldn't be a doormat.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Ask for, like, us Christians are the ones given forgiveness. I was like, Jesus didn't forgive imagine you're going to a banquet hall and you're going to rack up a bill, and that's just unavoidable. Right. And then Jesus says, hey, listen, I'm going to pay your bill. Don't worry about it. Are you going to sit here and worry about it? You have a bill, and the bill is survival, like what it costs to survive. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to sit and agonize over the cost of the bill. I've already been forgiven. It is what it is. We're put in a no-win situation, so let's make sure that at least our kids get to be born and be in peace and not have to make the hard decisions our ancestors have. Which, by the way, weaves us back into the technological, civilizational technology of not judging our ancestors, and how America and England kind of differ on this, because I feel like England, on the whole, despite, like, the uber hard right of the English, really seem to judge their colonial past, despite the fact that their colonial past seems to have tried to do the best they could with the situation they were given. Whereas Americans are pretty hard-nosed, actually. Like, we watch Westerns. Like, we'll play cowboys and Indians. Like, fairly recently. We're not tremendously apologetic about our past. Like, the nuclear bombs of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'm not going to find a lot of Americans who are terribly apologetic about that.
Right. Well, I think this is an important thing, and one of the drift points between Britain and America is, I mentioned earlier, losing the divine mandate, where you're upholding the tech stack. And if you lose confidence in yourself and you start going, oh yeah, all our code is crap, like, you essentially lose the right to it, and you're going to fail because you've lost that confidence.
Well, yeah, and that's what judging your ancestors gets you. And I have a certain love-hate relationship with.
Well, I mean, you have to recognize that they're men operating on, the circumstances that they have without the benefit of hindsight, and that their decisions made the world you live in possible. So, judge them as men of their times, judge them for their faults if you must, but, remember that if you were in their shoes, you might not be half the men they were.
Correct. And this is actually how I bring in the present day with Trump, right? This is a good example. He's a modern day person who's literally making news every other day. And you have people who are judging him on things that you could just wait 72 hours, as we said, like the Iranian war that was going to be World War III. A lot of Americans fail, and I don't know if it's like a Gen X, Gen Z thing. I don't really know. The generation stuff is dumb to me, but there's a contingent of Americans who are so judgmental of ourselves and so disloyal. I think, just by the way, judgmentalism and disloyalty are completely antipodal. You cannot be both at the same time. So the moral quality of loyalty has allowed a lot of MAGA to stay loyal to Trump despite like chaos, what seems to be chaos, right? What is really just changes. Like chaos is just change plus time. Change is just change, and then it it becomes very regular very quickly. Like with the tariffs and everything, like with the bombing of Iran, right? I find that the English have this very amplified criticality. Okay, so the English amplified criticality, it applies to their present day. It applies to everything from jam versus cream first, all the different literary analysis, all this different stuff. Well, a lot of the stuff that I would say also, since we brought up Academic Agent, the stuff that I love about Academic Agent is he's extremely critical. However, during wartime or during times of incredible change, which is, by the way, I conflate war and change because it's the same thing as far as I'm concerned, right? It's depending on who you're fighting. Are you fighting internally or externally? This over criticality is actually a huge hampering to the loyalty, which is why I wonder if England could have what America has, because they're very critical people, whereas Americans are way more likely to be, absolute chest pounding Americans. Imagine, I wasn't a Trump supporter at the time, but
they just don't have the leadership. I said, I think they have leadership. They just don't have the leadership in the seats. So they have Rupert Lowe and a couple of the other people, but really where they're lacking is people that will stay in power. And I think a lot of that has to do with the damage Nigel Farage has done, because as soon as somebody pops up, Nigel has canned a lot of people. And so a lot of the people that would have rose up and fill that power vacuum have been pushed to the sidelines. And so that's why part of why they're in the dire straits they are now is because they don't have the leadership to get them out of the mess they're in.
It's I wonder, by the way, this is a big topic of why great men come out of America more than anywhere else. It might be the
Britain used to be minting great men like crazy, to an insane extent.
What changed, man? What changed? All right. First off, would Trump get elected in England right now?
No. But they did elect Boris.
Well, Boris isn't Trump even close. Boris is a clown. No. Yeah, Boris is he's playing a part.
If you remember at the time before he actually got in power and screwed things up royally. Right. I remember watching the videos of Sargon back in the day, and Sargon, before Boris actually got in charge, was a big fan of him because he seemed to be this sort of image of Britain in the same way that Trump was the image of America.
Well, the thing about America is that, as I said before, you could be pretty earnest in America and still be okay. Trump also had those viewpoints since back in the 80s.
Yes.
30 years before he started running, maybe 40 years, right?
There's also one of the key differences is America has developed a certain looseness with certain forms of hypocrisy or personal indulgences and moral vices. that the UK does not have a similar kind of looseness with regards to those moral standards. As they're still substantial there versus they're relatively insubstantial here. He violates enough of their cultural norms that are still important to them.
This is an interesting point, though. This is an interesting point because, like, America doesn't actually see. I mean, maybe Butler might have changed things, but America generally does not see Trump as some divine leader. Whereas I feel like England wants a divine leader. They want someone who's morally there. Whereas America kind of sees its politicians as a tool. Right? They see them as tools. And that's why I'm like not too hard on Vivek Ramaswamy, right? A lot of people are really hard on Vivek Ramaswamy. I think that guy will absolutely just kowtow to whatever the people say. So in other words, as long as you can bully him sufficiently, he will do what you want him to do. Yeah. And Trump, to some extent, actually is the same sort of way, is that you can kind of bully him into doing what you want to do, but he's an imperfect man, and America doesn't really want you to be America also has a very large tolerance for sin because we acknowledge that we are sinful and we are we're not trying to keep up appearances, right? Like a sex scandal is not going to make one of our historical figures any less impactful than what they are now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just down to some of our, like differences in standards. And Americans are sort of certainly cynical about the political domain in a way that enables that. There's an understanding that, yes, of course, they're going to be liars. And so the expectations are attenuated around that. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, we're kind of
corrupt. And it's whether or not they can get what you want done.
And I have a script for
and,
a video.
And whether they're going to be better than the average standard of being a total shitbird.
Well, okay. Let me to quote my wife, when it came to me losing weight, it's about direction, not perfection. Right. Mm-hmm. I think America is very okay with direction.
Yeah.
And I find it very okay. You ever remember the Game of Thrones when the mountain comes upon the guy who assaulted Cersei? Like, I want to do that, like to the brick wall. I want to do that to everyone who's like, oh, but Trump's not perfect. I was like, I don't want perfect. I just want an improvement. You got a better alternative? Mm-hmm. You don't? Okay, then shut up. I don't care. Why are we demanding perfection? I could disagree with Trump on most things, but if there's at least a few things that are substantial, let's say that he was very socially liberal, okay, but he was all about securing the border. I'd be like, that's good. Like the things he did in the first 90 days were like, that's pretty good. You could just do nothing but that. He continues to do stuff. He's looking into Act Blue now. Yeah, all right. Actually, that's actually kind of funny. Like, always be chimping. Correct. I mean, that's kind of correct. I mean, you should have a certain level of loyal uproar with it. Like, you should always demand more and demand better. But if you start to undermine what you have now, you're going to be doomed. And that doom I can only call libertarianism, is you will never get what you want. You will always have this perfect future that you can't agree on.
No, yeah. It's the archetype of the perfect being the enemy of the good.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, exactly. You see it in leftists too sometimes, but yeah, libertarians are like, the sometimes allies that are actually like super unreliable.
They're horrendously destructive.
It's just because they're absolutely like blindly ideological.
They're just right-wing hippies, is what I like. The millennials had a hippie phase of their own, right? Like the boomers had hippies. The millennials had hippies, and they were Ron Paul guys. Like that was when I was politically activated when I was young. I went on.
Ron Paul was the coming to consciousness for a lot of people politically.
Oh yes, it was. I heard about him a lot, and a lot of my friends still are like, he's the greatest, and he was right.
Which is funny because like now we would think he's a terrible. If you could just like de-age him 30 years, he'd still be a terrible president. Because he's so bound up by principle.
Getting rid of the income taxes.
Well, it's the one thing to say you want to do it. It's another thing to actually do it, right? Because like even Ayn, was it Rand Paul was fighting Trump on cutting was it cutting taxes or something? He was like because it's always the deficit's getting bigger, all the taxes are getting higher, and like in between there's no action, right? Like because either one is going to become true. And the thing is, they argue the tariffs are a tax, so it's like there's that gone. It's like
cut spending.
Which one? Which one? Social Security? Do you want everyone to lose their damn minds? The problem is that like Elon Musk, if he could have cut spending more, he'd be tweeting about the spending he wanted to cut nonstop. Do you not think he would? Like if there was a thing that he wanted to cut spending on. Like we already got rid of USAID and half of the Department of Education, right?
Good.
Yeah, good, but that's like nothing. It was nothing.
You probably have to go after the Medicare, Medicaid, or at least
Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security.
No, yeah, you do have to go after welfare spending after a certain point. And I mean, part of the thing is like, there's a lot of people in our spaces that are particularly interested in fertility rate and being below replacement and so forth. That's happening for a variety and like a complex interaction, like a complex number of interacting reasons. Yes. One of the big ones is social safety net spending, and the effect it has on intergenerational relationships, taking care of your parents when you're older.
Yes.
Conducting your life in such a way that people will want to take care of you when you're older, and the defraying responsibility, and essentially allowing huge, swaths of people to pursue a marriage to the state at a certain phase of life when it, becomes convenient.
Yeah.
Two possibilities. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you go.
I think you be gentle and you phase it out, but it does absolutely need to go because it's having a lot of poisonous effects, like way downstream that you wouldn't think to link to it, but are actually connected to it.
Correct.
Also, just why I said like every idea that was come up with in the 20th century demands heightened scrutiny. This is one of them.
Absolutely. FDR being a big commie, dirty commie, a dirty commie. The Social Security. Okay, so I want to like the mountain on Oberon just strangle the influencers that were talking about this. This thing I'm talking about is when Trump proposed like a one-time $1,000 deposit into some account that would just be their stock. Like if you look at Social Security, if they just put it into the S&P 500, it would have massive returns, whereas there's almost no return for Social Security. Like trying to offboard Social Security onto something that's more fiscally solvent is actually not a bad compromise.
Actually, I was going to say there was an alternative back in the day, and my parents actually got on it. So they don't get Social Security checks; they get this alternative. But they were one of the last people to get on board of it.
Right. Well, exactly. Well, it's just a scope thing, right? Like the fact is that the government is not supposed to be doing family security. Like security is not a thing. Security and safety are actually a thing that the government's not supposed to ensure. Like police are sort of a local thing that you come up with. Justice, sure, FBI got that right, but like for your general safety, that's actually supposed to be the American citizen's responsibility, and that includes financial safety. Sorry, go.
Well, also look at every to say it simply, heir to Rome. At least all the ones that survive into the modern period or near the modern period, all of their growth was in times where they didn't have these ideas.
Yeah.
America had huge amounts of immigration. It also had massive amounts of remigration and absolutely no social safety net whatsoever. If it happened privately. And, one of the things too is like, you don't want it to happen. Well, like, look at Britain in the 19th century and how many charities there were and the function of churches, mutual aid societies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's because, not instantiating it as, the possibility of marrying the state meant that people, and removing that domain of moral responsibility for your fellow man, people treated the responsibility as their own personal duty and organized heavily around it.
Yes.
Right. Absolutely. Like Social Security actually replaced the
power
investment that parents would make in their children.
Yeah, it was a massive dumping out of social capital. Like, oh, sure, yeah, you're providing for people, but there's these other institutions that provide for people, and sure, they take the exercise of some work to get done, but their mere existence and sustaining is a form of social capital. You empty out the impetuses that lead to that because nobody has to be responsible for it anymore. You essentially are taking massive steps to reduce us to barbarity. And I mean, we've talked about this in the past, like what was done to the African Americans. Their trajectory following the Civil War was decade over decade, onward and upward. Lower divorce rates, higher marriage rates, higher birth within marriage. Higher literacy, economic attainment was equilibrating very quickly. And
first American millionaire woman was a black woman. Yeah, first American millionaire woman. Yeah,
and a lot of very shallow thinking, sort of reactionary rightists who are not like very careful thinkers at all say, "Oh, the Civil Rights Act." Like, okay, yes. The Civil Rights Act did happen in 1964 and made some abrogations to freedom of association that are major trade-offs within our society. But what actually did it? 1965, the fucking Great Society reforms, you fucking morons. Right. Like, it's something that happened around the same time that was a completely different intellectual branch.
By the way,
that absolutely sabotaged the society by essentially become brides of the state. And destroy the fundamental organizing principles that make all civilizations, but do it in a way that's calculated to be racially effective.
Here's another thing, okay? And this I'm going to relate back the old weave to the American versus English predicament. Is that I hear the word and I'm going to bring this up with Stelios. By the way, Stelios is still on. By the way,
oh, awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be on hopefully sometime this month, maybe next month. We'll see. He's Euromaxing, okay? They never show up on time. Anyways, I totally lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ. Right. The weave into benefits. The Africans, the African Americans, the Black Americans are just a preview of what you're going to get for everyone else.
No, because they're highly, 20 years ahead of everyone else in America.
They're highly advertised too. So you're seeing this now with English women. Like you're seeing this now with American women being single mothers married to the state, or the state forcing the money out of the husband to fund her. Right. In other words, yeah.
There's a great and important weave here, by the way. Because American blacks are not the only population that goes through this. To a large extent, Appalachians and poor Appalachians, particularly with deindustrialization, are also going through this. Yes. And Hillbilly Elegy is such an important book. Like,
correct.
It sounds trite to say it was like one of those books of the month, but like revisiting it, almost a decade later, the more years that go by, the more relevant and important this book is. And it's not just because the vice president is the author. Like the book is genuinely important.
Here's the
one
deal.
Of the things it talks about is like family technologies.
Yeah.
And like Jordan Peterson and I think Ben Shapiro, I forget who it was, had this great discussion about exposure to violence and exposure to assault or sexual assault. Like the greatest single risk factor is living in a home with an adult male who is not a blood relative, step parents, boyfriends, etc.
Yeah.
And like Vance got very lucky in his upbringing, but that's not necessarily the case in most circumstances. It leads to childhood insecurity. Childhood insecurity leads to a low agency mindset. and there are very real struggles you can put children through that cause their mind to not develop proper, like what we would recognize as properly yielding a fully agentic person. These social safety nets are actually like precision calibrated, to destroy young people.
Yes.
And this is the thing is, I don't know if I can mute my microphone in time for this. I'm going to try to mute myself, but like, there's a lot of white people in America that are basically just I didn't mute properly. I'm glad I didn't say the whole word. They're basically just N-word. The sheriff is that's dude. Like, I don't see a difference. Okay, like looking from my family tradition from East Asia, I look around at American whites and I'm like, you guys are not that different. Like, you don't listen to your fathers. There's so many families that have a father and he's just an ATM. You don't listen to him. He's just there. Like, you're basically a sponsored bastard, which, by the way, could be replaced by the state very easily.
Yes.
Like, I had to deal with this. And this is dealing with my own family right now in America. Like, the family that is brought in is because we have to deal with not liberalism, but all of the stuff that America brings. Like, there's a certain
to howdly doodly, Wiggers are different. See Carlos that notices things, his threads on Quentin Tarantino. It's an idolization of a certain type of man. It's basically an idolization of the stepfather or of the boyfriend. And the N-word has two uses in modern parlance. I mean, it's got so much baggage attached that I just don't endorse its use at all. One is, those black people in like narrow-minded racist way. The other is people who have been called racist so much that they're like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore about the words you call me. N-word means barbarians. N-word means people who are incapable of understanding the obligation to maintain the civilizational tech stack and what it provides in their lives and their livelihoods, and that it's the foundation of their existence, and have no ability to comprehend, never mind appreciate.
I write a lot
in some uses. N is a byword for I don't want to share a civilization with you because you're incapable of understanding it.
Well, okay, so oh God, I have to do the motion again. The weave into American versus English is that Americans actually use racism to pretty good effect to normalize. Like, okay, let's talk about, this is like the fifth bullet point I have on there. It's called assimilation versus integration, whatever. America doesn't require that you be Americans are weird. By definition, we are weird people, okay? So we don't need you to act just so, so, you're the Cornwall variety or the Sussex variety. We don't give a fuck, okay? You can be weird in America, all right? But the assimilation that happens, I think actually racism drove it to pretty good effect, where if I went to Little Italy with a pretty good retinue of men and started like making fun of them, like, bippity boppity, that sort of stuff, and start making fun of them, they would start normalizing. Like, okay, we'll play some Debussy or something instead of like the usual Italian bullshit. The same thing happened to black people. Is like they were ridiculed so horrendously that no one wants to resemble the stereotype. And the fact of lessening racial ridicule has actually just reduced our ability to assimilate. Like, America is an absolute high friction grinder of peoples into something that will somehow fit in, and you have to find the way that you fit in, right? Because you'll never be an Anglo from like the Mayflower, right? If you're a black person from the South, but you can work with them, and they will find it tolerable. So if they start making fun of you for being late all the time, you're going to start showing up on time. You know what I mean?
Well, it's weird because like a lot of when they talk about the black culture, it's actually deep South culture.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah. What are the stereotypes? Eating fried chicken, that's a Southern food. Okra, Southern food. Watermelon, Like, these are the things
watermelon was really important actually for the slaves when they first had land to have clean water. By the way, something we take for granted, clean water. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Sorry, keep going. Sorry about that.
So what I was going to say is a lot of when they talk about, that's part of why I hate Social Security and a lot of these things so much is I see the detriments. Like, I live in Alabama, and a lot of people are like, oh, that state where incest is a thing and this, that, and the other thing.
There's so much more incest in cities
that has been done by Reconstruction and like after the Civil War, and a lot of the social programs has gotten like, that's why like Alabama used to be a blue state. Like, it used to be all Democrats. Like, if you look at history,
well, yeah, because it was working class party. Like, everyone there is working class.
Yeah, Civil War,
like Californians.
Like during the Civil War, the whole entire South were the Democrats. Why do you think it flipped red so hard? Like, of course, there's strongholds in some of the cities like Birmingham, but part of the reason it is so staunch red is the amount of damage that a lot of these policies have done. And then when they actually got a Republican in there, good governance fixed so many issues that a lot of them went gung-ho for the Republicans. And really what happens when you have a lot of these social programs is it invites corruption. And a lot of those money chests get raided by whoever's in power, and it never really goes to the people.
Yeah, I know England right now, or at least the Lotus Seas, are talking a lot about civil war. But like the Battle of Athens is actually a pretty good proxy of what happens on a local level when men seek justice, and it's a fairly limited engagement. But like for America, this is why I say that conflict is actually really helpful for America, is because we are going to develop and weaponize ideologies and ways of doing that are so destructive that we have to be at conflict and we have to deal with it. Like, we're not worrying about like gangland mega empires like we used to back in like the 20s and 30s and 40s, right? Like, America goes through it. However, like other nations are going to, not necessarily all of the ones we have, but they're going to go through some of them. But the Americans are going to try things out. And the problem is that I find that wokeness, especially like, or racial deference in general, is us trying not to have a conflict, or what you'd probably call as a disagreement, which is probably fair to say. Like, a conflict is like the actual Civil War. A disagreement is when we're like voting and we're getting really angry and there's a couple of isolated incidents of violence. But like, okay, like the biggest thing we're talking about right now, like assault against Andy No was making a big deal about like, oh, there's a lot of violence against ICE agents. It's like, okay, the biggest violence that happened in the last week, you got to look at trajectories. All right, the trajectory of violence to ICE right now is someone threw a sandwich at him. I was like, okay, this is getting pretty tame. Throwing a cold cut, a hoagie, whatever you want to call it, a sub. All right, it's not so bad. But America is about conflict, and the reduction of conflict is what made it so that these races and these people, including the white race and the founding people, to be mediocre, right? Like And I'm talking about everybody, even including the people who are like really well-to-do in New England. Like, they have sustained themselves on more or less slave labor, and there's a certain human propensity towards the easy way of doing things versus having a community. And
Coffee and Pret.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's importing the. Yeah, it's the perpetual search for the new slaves.
Yeah. And
we were in an Irish people.
Tell you about the Civil War is, the South had slaves, but in the North, they had slaves too. They just weren't called slaves. They were just people that were not paid enough to really get by.
They were called Irish.
Yeah, that's what my family. That's my family in Indonesia does too, by the way. Yeah,
there's an old joke that the Civil War was a war fought by Irishmen against other Irishmen. There's a shocking amount of truth to this, but I mean, the South was like, just in objective terms, slavery is less productive economically than free labor. Mind you, slavery was an early development technologically that was a massive improvement over the previous, technological pinnacle, which was genocide. And it's stuck around, especially because slavery has like disproportional and like asymmetrical benefits internal to a society that keeps it, but it has long run cost to the society. It's a retarding technology. The South was already paying the cost of that, and their inadequacy to fight the war is actually like a telling result of they were pursuing an obviously inadequate tech path.
Yes.
I want to add a note here. I'm going to shit all over the English Empire for a hot minute. One of their great claims to fame or whatever is ending the slave trade. And as a third worlder myself, which I have some third world insights, I'm a third worlder who was transplanted into America. So I understand both worlds a little bit, America more, but I understand third world mindset. Is like, do you have any idea how much genocide the abolition of slavery did to Africa? Because you've just removed the economic incentive to take any prisoners at all. Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh, this is a great thing. It's like, yeah, it makes your ledgers clean. And I have no doubt the English who were in Africa talked about how great it was. However, to me, when you look at when you read between the lines and see what the incentives were, is that you've just disincentivized. Like, first off, you didn't disincentivize war. You may have reduced the number of them, but tribal warfare is a thing, and it's always going to be. I don't see any sign of it stopping. But you did stop them from wanting to take prisoners.
I'm going to say something which I disavow morally completely.
Oh yeah, I love that. That's what this podcast is for.
Something which I disavow morally completely. But if you just look at the technological impacts and the strict material consequences of abolishing the slave trade, it's essentially ending the externalization of of an activity that causes you problems and causes your partners problems, even though they indulge in it, and causes their source seller problems. You're stamping out something that's just in a strict system functions technology sense bad, a strict negative. A lot of the negative consequences are going to redound to the source sellers. And, that's morally cruel, but their activities and their inability to change them is so fucking bad for everyone else that you're like, fuck it, you're collateral damage. That's absolutely acceptable within the grand calculus, because the amount that it reduces you by, which is a lot less than everyone else who actually has something to lose.
Okay, in normal
in normal terms, yes, it causes genocide in Africa, but that's totally acceptable because the Africans are so incapable of governing their own state of affairs or producing things that are valuable to the people who are affected by their dysfunction that fine, fuck them.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I don't disavow that at all. It is a very
just on a pure functional level. I recognize the logic there. On a moral level, I have twists in my stomach about it.
I don't think the English saw that coming. I think they were just like, "Oh, this is a good thing," and they didn't see the Okay,
I mean, I think the flip side is the English did it for moral reasons.
I think the English did do it for moral reasons because it played well with their base at home, which is why they make most of their decisions. Like machine gunning down Indians in India is not a terribly controversial thing anywhere except for England and the rest of Europe. I remember
if the Mughal Khans could machine gun down Indians in India, they would machine gun down a fuckload of Indians.
I had a guy from the Netherlands apologize for a massacre in Indonesia. And my first response to him, without thinking, I didn't know about this massacre. As I said, the Indonesians probably had it coming, so don't worry about it. And then I looked it up. It was a labor dispute.
So I was in the Danish National History Museum, and they had a display on Denmark's participation in the transatlantic slave trade, which like not many people know, but Denmark did do. Because they had Caribbean colonies and they had Southeast Asian colonies. It was interesting because like there was like museum staff, and this is like clearly a guy who's like involved in the history discipline. We had like a great conversation just sitting there for like hour and a half BSing about history, but it was like very clear the intention of the exhibit is like, yes, Denmark recognizes its role in this deeply shameful practice. And I'm like, yeah, but just look at the numbers. Like, you're not nearly as complicit as the rest of us. And he's like,
yeah, no, we're bringing it up. I would love that. I would love to, I would love a YouTube channel where we wear cameras and we just make museum staff uncomfortable. Around the place.
That was the one awkward bit, because I think, there is, especially with America's like bombarding of cultural export and like, that was sort of the post World War II like consensus, the OSS men's broadcasting of their beliefs onto the rest of the world, and it eventually graduated into the woke broadcasting of the rest to the rest of the world because they're American. Like that particular cultural hegemon sword arm resulted in some like prevailing cultural winds are like, you have to be guilty here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like it was almost like a pushback of obligation. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was at least partially because I was American. Like, let's be real here. The Portuguese deserve 49% of the blame if we're just talking transatlantic. But if we're not talking transatlantic, the the Arabs deserve 55 to 60% of the blame. By the way, Denmark is like, if you look at breakdowns of the transatlantic slave trade by country, it's like Portugal 29%, Spain like near a quarter, England somewhere in there. Denmark is typically the last named country before you get to other.
Right. Well, they want to get the political points of being in on the guilt trade, because guilt has been politically expedient for Europe for a little bit, and hopefully that changes.
I mean, you essentially have the Christian moral system, but you've lost the divine mandate because you no longer believe in who you are, including being Christian.
I mean, there's a couple of perversions of Christianity, but like there's a part of Christianity where it's kind of like, oops. Shit, we got to move on.
I mean, that's the inevitable thing in maintaining a code base is you're going to fuck up at points. And like, look at like maybe your favorite game franchise that's like been running for decades and decades and decades, and they go through a succession of like different designers, and everybody can point to the phase where the lead designer was a fuck up and made a bunch of decisions that ruined the game for everybody. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, there's a thing of Americans where we do reinvent ourselves, and we did. That's kind of the part of why I'm not 100% against the woke, because they are a little bit of the baptismal historically. Like the abolitionist American is kind of the reinvention of the American identity. Now, it destroys nuance, which I don't like, okay? Like the sort of puritanical, woke New Englander destroys nuance in their wake, right? Which is why you have people still angry about Confederate generals. But like generally speaking, they do allow us to have second chances as a nation, that we don't do this anymore. But the slave trade is a complicated one. And America has more or less disavowed itself from it and has become decoupled from our history. Like, not our history, but from our current character, right? So we now get to sit on a lofty pillar and just sort of judge other countries that have current day slavery, which almost like our slaves are exceptional. They were the only ones that actually survived slavery to remain as a politically relevant class of people outside of the Caribbean.
Right. Well, I know this is something we've mentioned in the past, but like you and Luna were riffing really heavily on this. Is American blacks are African descended Anglo-Saxon / Scotch Irish culturally. Like, nobody likes to hear that, but it's true. They're just a very dark-skinned African genetically descended branch of white people. And, you know, there's a sort of holding apartness that honestly I felt like was culturally on its way out until relatively recently.
What do you mean by that? Like culturally on its way out in terms
there was a holding apartness of, you know, Black Americans and white Americans that was progressively diminishing until the woke sword arm came into full cultural force.
Yeah, like you think of French Prince of Bel-Air is usually what they kind of reference from the 90s.
To put it very crudely, like the the blacks and whites were this close to accepting that American blacks were white, and then the woke fucked it up.
That might come again because the power behind woke was.
I hope so. Honestly,
yeah. Well, all right.
I mean, at this point, actually, I think I think the main obstacle is actually like that the apartness has like happened to some extent on the white side, but it's happened, you know, at least seemingly to me, much more on the black side. Like, it's a mutual reticence, but you know, I think the way it's going to get collapsed is going to look different from how it was collapsed in the 90s.
I think what's going to happen is going to be that they're all right. Luna's going to hate this. I'm just going to power through it. White men and black men are going to just bond on our mutual annoyance with black women. Is probably what's going to happen. Is because they are such a capture. Could you imagine? It's like
75% of women within your ethnic group who are college educated all work for the same employer.
Yeah. Completely. And by the way, I haven't noticed a damn bit of difference since we ended those programs. Have you? Like, nope. America doesn't give a like. These people just disappeared, and we don't give a shit. It's amazing. Anyways, what I'm saying is that to give you hope, right? I want Black America. It wouldn't be the same without you guys. Without Black Americans, America would not be the same. We use
that is true.
We use black parlance all the time. I actually like. By the way, anytime somebody says anything bad about jazz music, first off, you're uninformed about where jazz music came from. Second off, you don't like rap music? Listen, rap music actually gets the blood flowing, which is visceral. There's a certain quality to slop. Quality to slop is that it's extremely visceral. You do need some slop in your society. And I'm not going to. Yeah, no, all right. I'm gonna finish it real quick.
I would fight you on this one. But...
Oh yeah, all right.
I love jazz, but I'm not big on rap.
No, jazz is dope, and jazz has an unbelievable pedigree. Like I think I've told you about this. Like there's a clear and directly traceable through line between Claude Debussy and Miles Coltrane.
Which is so funny because like a lot of Europeans try to disavow jazz. I'm like, why?
No, yeah. The roots of like jazz is a clear inheritor to classical music, and you know one of the reasons it embraces it embraces dissonance and it embraces syncopated rhythm, but those are like sort of really technically deep musical movements. Rap is something else.
I'm going to sell you on rap.
You're typically like what gets the blood going is almost always the beat. Absolutely. Contemporary rap has something that like in my head there's songs that have like a snare drum beat to them. And like in my head I call it like the barbarian beat because it's like
it is.
Cast my mind back to like 3000 BC, primitive warfare, chariots, bronze armor. Like this is the kind of thing you get on those marching drums. Like
I haven't heard
because it's not meant to appeal to the prefrontal cortex. It's meant to appeal to the thing that the prefrontal cortex mitigates.
it's basically in the cerebellum where it's like your legs are working, right? Like this is it's just motion, it's instinct. The reason why I don't mind
it's like the sonic equivalent of like the magic mushroom reindeer piss you drink as, you know, a berserker before you get buck naked, wear a bear skin, and carve a bunch of people.
All right, I'm still not seeing where this doesn't fit into society. Now, here's the argument I'd make. Okay, I have been a poolee for the United States Marine Corps, like enlisted guys. Okay, these are the guys who are essentially the vanguard of America. Like they're the ones who are going to kick down a door made of concrete. By the way, I don't know, in the Middle East they make doors out of concrete. I don't know why, but they just do. It's a big fucking door. It's really heavy.
But recent history of the Middle East. Why do they make doors out of concrete? We may never know.
We may never know. I know exactly right. I was like, why'd you bother, motherfuckers? We're going to knock that thing down. We're going to find the biggest. I saw a man who was like 6.5 feet tall and probably 400 pounds. And his job was to knock down doors. And he used to tell me about it. And it's like, these Marines, half the time, they're barely above barbarian. They're barbarians who have a buy-in to our current civilization. And you do need this vanguard, which is why I run to the oh shit, what was it? What's the Spider-Man movie with Miles Morales? Who is not
Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. Is the third one out yet? I don't even know.
I only watched the first one. It's about anyway. I listen to that soundtrack when I'm running because like I need to get some energy pumping. Right? You need a visceral. Every society needs a visceral. There's always going to be this underclass.
That's true.
Viscerality, and you have to give them slop because that's what they want. They want slop. One second. They want slop music. They want slop food. They want slop women. They want slop housing. They want slop existence. And then everything they put into is the visceral combat. Everything they want is the visceral combat. Like that's what you need them for. Like in Clockwork Orange, when the droogs become policemen, I'm like, I wasn't surprised at all. Because that's what you need. You don't want civilized enforcers of base civilizational standards. Like when you see when you bust into an apartment and there's like a dead baby in the crib and a woman who was like injecting herself with heroin and a husband who was like beating an underage girl. It's like you don't want a civilized person in that position. You kind of want and the husband also has a shotgun and turns towards the door. It's like you don't want someone who's going to think very much.
So this kind of returns to the guys who have been through Vietnam or whatever. Like I kind of got the sense he killed people, sort of thing. Like he probably did, but like
most people can't do that.
That's a thing that he discovers he's capable of. I mean, honestly, we all are like we pretend like we're not. But it's something that's like an integrated element of it. It's not like a no other way of being kind of thing. You don't want the droogs. You want to Judge Dredd. Like Judge Dredd is capable of absolutely like awful things because he knows it's the price of like maintaining civilization, and that you just have to handle reprobate barbarians like callously.
Well, most people don't have the intellectual capacity to understand that nuance, though. Do they? Like, is there someone who really understands the nature of civilization who can also just put two into someone's head with no hesitation at all? Like, I don't know. It's hard. I think
like some of that, like you could make the magic blood argument, but honestly, I think it's like, is your tech stack good enough? Because if your tech stack is good enough, we've had 500-600 years or so of being able to convey that effortlessly.
I think Americans were a lot more barbaric than we give them credit for, though. Like the country Americans that would fill our enlisted lines were fairly not savage, but they internalized a lot of the honesty that makes society function, and a lot of the rules. They were not real savages, but they were in touch with the savage nature. Sorry, go ahead. This
is something we talked about in some of our earliest conversations. It's a breakdown of manhood rituals, or coming of age rituals. In that you have a limited, controlled exposure to serious danger. that makes you not be a soft boy. You have to step into your own and deal with this shit.
Like whether it's being with a prostitute or killing an animal, whether it's being with a prostitute or killing an animal or something like that, right? Like it's a part where you have to leave the moral purity of childhood and transcend into the moral.
You have to leave. You have to leave behind the blind You have to leave behind the blind innocence of childhood, and enter, the full responsibility for gentleness of adulthood.
And the thing is, that's the beginning of the cultivation of man, because it forces them to make rules out of things that are very difficult to say are purely moral. Like it's now you're getting into compromises, which is actually what makes an adult, which is why I don't regard libertarians as adults, is they don't want to make compromises. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because you haven't put away childish things yet.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Like the ambiguity that comes with killing an animal that you don't need to, which is, by the way, why I absolutely lost it when the Lotus Eaters, like on some like Bros Hour or whatever it's called, Lads Hour, we're talking about how the fox hunt was barbaric. And I thought to myself, I was like, how dare you tell your betters what is barbaric or not, right? The fox hunt is a tradition of the English nobility. Why would you ever question it? Like, it's not for you to question unless you've done it yourself and have been a part of that world. I was like, why are you? In other words, okay, so weave back into England. This refinement of what is proper and civilized has actually been the enemy of what has forced people to confront the ambiguities that make you put away your childish things. And I feel like there's a lot of childishness in England right now where they, please.
It's been a while since we've heard from Luna, and I really want to hear what she thinks on this. But I'll just add very briefly is like the arch enemy here is the spiritual movement of the soul, which results in contemporary feminism. Not to say that it's strictly feminism's fault, but that there's a sense of like abrogation of responsibility, a split between fundamental parts of human being and human nature, a demonization of things which are ordinary and formative to our species, et cetera, that creates an atrophied society.
This goes back to the discussion we had about questioning your ancestors. Really, like that's what
right. So that's the thing. Is like proper. We're dancing around at some points, like judge your past as men of their times versus like don't judge your betters versus strict meritocracy, which is all about judging your betters. Like it's a challenging thing, and we're talking about a depth and a range of human experience that I think I'm comfortable talking about a spiritual and highly ambiguous condition, because essentially the domain that we're on all requires like care and attention.
You're such a bastard. It's not women's fault, by the way. I think that women are actually
women's fault. It's feminists' fault.
And the thing about feminism.
Here's the thing about feminism. And part of why it sprung up. So there's a lot of, what are the concerns of feminism generally? It's things like, think about before that abolition of alcohol, where all these men were spending their paychecks at the pub, and then the women at home didn't have money to feed their children. And so
this happened in England too. Yeah. Like the reason why the women are so in charge of the church these days is actually because when the factory town of England, of London and all the different factory towns of England started, the men would spend their summer season when they had a lot of time away from the farm. They would go to the factory towns, earn a lot of pretty decent wages. And the thing is, the wages were not like I sowed in spring and reaped in fall. I reaped in fall and sowed in spring. It was like that week. Immediate money. So they went on the men went on a debauch, and the women were abandoned, more or less. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So I feel like part of where feminism sprung up, part of it is fear. Part of it is fear of what the man will do in various different scenarios. And women having to basically take the role of being the responsible party. if you think about things like, okay, we can't trust men to be responsible with funds, or we can't trust the man to be loyal to me in the marriage, and so he has an affair, and then we divorce. So no fault, like divorce issues come into
Correct.
that. Women who take the pill or have abortions, abortion's a big thing because, well, it's the woman's responsibility because she got pregnant, and so she has to make the decision of whether or not she's responsible of having the child.
Well, I
And
mean,
I'm very much
yeah.
anti-abortion.
Well,
But
the thing is, men's responsibility has been brought into play. Now there's like paternity testing and everything.
yeah.
So that was a technology gap that got filled pretty quickly. But
So
yes,
at least in the women's sphere, a lot of what's pushing a lot of feminism in the early days and kind of what got the ball rolling is this idea of there are bad men and man can't always be trusted to be responsible.
fear. Yep.
And so,
Yep.
and that gets into fear. Like you have all these scenarios where women get assaulted or raped or, the grooming gangs. Now, my response to a lot of the grooming gangs is give
Well, the grooming gangs happened a lot longer after the paternity tests are illegal in France unless you have a legal reason to bring them up, which is funny.
Now,
the grooming gangs are far after feminism, though, so I don't know if you can like they're an example, like a retroactive justification, but I don't know if they're like a justification.
And so,
to be fair,
what would you say?
I was saying the grooming gangs are decades after feminism really started, so they're kind of a it's like feminist, like it's a bit of a retroactive justification to bring up grooming gangs when it comes to feminism. But I do see your point that men were very irresponsible.
Of modern issues where it's sort of like the men can't be responsible to defend the women have to defend themselves. But yeah. I know that the grooming gangs happened a long time afterwards. I'm not happy. Like, what feminism has turned into is not what it was originally.
Well, feminism, what it's turned into is like most activist groups, like most activist causes, it long outlives what it wanted, which is what it purported to want, was equality. Right?
Yeah.
And then that was achieved. And then now it's, I think it's an excuse for lack of agency, moral agency. Now, grooming gangs and rape are like a really edge case, especially in America, because
it is a concern because a lot of that was actually swept under the rug. You have a lot of these problems of, okay, so you have some woman in the 50s. She's like 15.
I would argue all of them were edge cases.
What?
Oh, yeah, I said I'd argue most of feminist stuff was always edge cases. Like what's bizarre to me is the thinking that women of the 1950s were tyrannized and I suppose oppressed to an effect. But one of the problems is that like feminists usually cite the like, oh, these women became so bored they started using drugs or something like that, or they had no purpose.
No. So basically, like, I'm not a feminist. I'm just putting that out there, but I know the arguments. And so basically the idea is that a lot of women's agencies were taken away by the fact that they were married, that they had children, that they weren't allowed to get a job, or, which isn't true. Women back in the day did have jobs.
Yes, correct. They could. And they did. Yeah.
It was a major effort to get women out of the workforce that resulted in the weird artificiality of the 50s post-war because they were working jobs as a matter of course.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that by removing a lot of the agency, feminism was kind of fighting to get that agency back, and that, heaven forbid, something terrible happened, and it was driven by a fear, so that it was driven by
which is by the way, fear is always disproportionate by its nature.
That basically women had out, or that they had agency to deal with the situation, because the man is not. If that makes sense. Or that they've been failed in some regard. Or that the situation is dire and that, or very, very particular, how is it to be dealt with? Does it make sense?
I mean, it makes sense, but I disagree with it highly. I mean, it makes sense is that I understand the argument, and then I disagree with the tenets of the argument, like the foundation of the argument. But let's put this one to bed and then get back to the English versus American empire. Is that like for when I guess we could actually weave it in the ladies' role, which by the way, I'm gonna probably we should probably do one on suffragettes and how they were resisted for reasons that are becoming prescient. I don't think it's always a frying pan versus the fire. Okay, so when you lead by fear, one of the things I do with my farm animals is I always make them afraid of something, and they get snared into something that's even worse. And the thing that's even worse is that I slaughter them. The thing that I make them afraid of is usually like a stick. It's almost nothing. I can't kill a lamb with a stick, but I can kill a lamb with a snare and then a gunshot. Right, but they're afraid of the stick because that's what's at the moment. So this sort of anti-suffragette movement was arguing against women's franchise and voting in terms of like it's going to make us a political bloc, which is going to make us manipulate. Like it's going to give people a reason to manipulate us. It's going to call into question the privileges that we have in society versus the responsibilities that men have. Right, in terms of the draft and everything like that, right? And it's going to pretty much destroy the position that we have in society as women. And the problem with fear is that it resonates really well with women. It's really easy to manipulate women with fear. Like FOMO is pretty much how everything is marketed as. And the ability to dominate others. Like take the American Eagle jeans ad. It's a really good reason. It's a really good call for good-looking white women to wear denim to signal to everyone else that they're inferior. It's a really good call for women to get woke because they don't want to get left behind. It's a really good call for women to do the Sex in the City stuff because they don't want to miss out on a fun, fulfilling, career-driven life of adventure and whatnot. Civilization. I don't think civilization. I'm a sexist, but I'm not a misogynist. I don't think civilization should balk to women's fears because it does not serve women very well.
I don't think it should either. But I also think that in these certain cases that are very extreme and very rare, that, what do you do in those situations? That has to be addressed.
Right. Yeah. It's, one of the important things is the struggle to reintroduce an objective standard. And, people have made the point that reasonable is doing a lot of heavy lifting in Western legal tradition. And when it comes to fear, what a reasonable or rational basis for fear is actually really, really important, because you can't have you can't have moral standards be based around feelings alone, but you do need to have them based around a reasonable basis. One of the things, and Alex, I know we've talked about this before, is you can't have a functional political system that pits masculinity and femininity as enemies. And,
Correct.
Part of the reason I brought up feminism in the first place is it's the encroachment of a 20th century set of ideas that, while it does not do this per se, initially goes on to lay the foundation by which this is done. You can have an andronism or whatever. You can readily envisage a male equivalent that is strictly adversarial toward the feminine, and it is imperative that if you want a society that isn't a disaster, that men and women need to be harmonized and attenuated.
Yes,
and that's to understand like that men and women have radically different reconciliations toward violence. Most of what becoming a man is about reconciling your capacity for violence. This is why the warfare experience is so important. This is why, the manhood trial is so important, is you need to reconcile yourself with the capacity for utter monstrosity as a violent animal and come to harmonize and control it. As a woman, you need to reconcile yourself for a relative incapacity for violence. And this results in very, very different worldviews. And it's super important that just on a social technological level, that those are never placed at odds with each other. And that the masculine is made to harmonize with the feminine, but not be dominated by it, and vice versa.
I am a third worlder, so nothing I say is ever going to make anything I say honestly is going to make first world women absolutely freak out. So I'm just trying to
you've got some serious hoe scaring ideology.
I have hoe scaring ideologies. That is Luna. All those things are a really good question to ask the men in your family, because they're the ones who are going to seek justice. Like I cannot run a society where the state protects you from robbery and protects women's honor. I just can't. It just doesn't work out. Like, we're going to become a totalitarian state. If that scares you, I would urge you to make stronger bonds with the men in your family. Do you want to know the real answer?
The honest answer is my dad is in his 80s, and a lot of the men in my life, which I have 3 brothers and a couple of brothers-in-laws, and I do not trust them to make those decisions. I ultimately have to take that into my own actions, and that's why I'm very pro-gun.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I'm also going to now put down my my Freemason my hat and say, like, widows and orphans come forth and come and petition me for support. And then what am I supposed to ask, right? Like, society is just a series of men who have excess resource. That's what it is. Like, we try to say society like it's some magical god. It's really just a collection of men who have excess resources that you either tax or ask for volunteers or ask for excess danger. Like, people like police officers, we ask a lot for what we pay them. I'm worth probably 5 police officers. And I do half the work probably a quarter of the work they do, and I take 0% of the danger that they do. Well, that's where we're asking them to do things that are very unreasonable in terms of protection.
I mean, a lot of it falls down to moral rationalizations or tapping people's willingness to meet adversity. I mean, I think a really important thing is sure, it's ultimately an attendant result of men having excess resources, essentially of having the capital reserves, like the basis of the tech stack, to make more things possible. But it's really important to remember the order flow. Civilization as this whole tech stack endeavor and what it enables is enabled mostly by men. And mostly by their capital reserves, but it's enabled for the sake of children, with women as the intermediary.
Right. Women are essentially not defended for the sake of women. They're defended for the capacity for child.
Right.
And also
so here's the thing, women are your customer, but they're not your end customer. They're not the end customer for the finished product. They essentially have to be the attenuator for the ultimate customer's demand. You're just, women are the reseller, and it's really important that you meet their needs so that they can meet the end customer's needs. This sounds like a transactional way of putting it, but it's just really important to remember that yes, men are the producer of civilization, but they're not who it's for.
Correct. And the problem with it is that I see this phrased a lot, that the transactional is the enemy of the sentimental. It's like, no, the transactional keeps the sentimental in place. If someone stops transacting with you in a fair manner, your sentiment's going to go real fast.
Right.
And
for most of history, what we've seen is the producer acting unfairly to the intermediary. And what's weird about modern times is we have the intermediary acting unfairly to both the producer and the end customer.
Oh, I
don't know, Luna. What do you think about that?
It's kind of accurate. But it's also sort of like, okay, I'm going to be a little bit sexist back. Have you seen photos of men like 100 years ago?
Yeah, they're pretty dirty and they're pretty, yeah.
They're pretty dirty, but they're pretty gruff, and they got like a chiseled jaw, and they look tall and handsome in a lot of those photos.
Oh, they look tall, yeah.
And so it's sort of like, yeah, they might have been shorter, but you're looking at the. So part of it is
what we're listening to is the intermediary wanting more of product from the producer.
A better product.
Yeah. You get what you get.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah.
What I mean, you see people talk like in the physiognomy circle, like talking about rare physiognomy, and like when someone has a medieval face, it's kind of funny when you see it, because you do see like, oh wow, yeah, that is a type of person you don't see anymore. Like, I have some classical features like long straight nose, stuff like that.
Oh, I definitely do. I look weird.
But there's certain facial features that like on me that you would never see in the past. So like, Alex, you have big round cheeks. You don't have any hollowing out from starvation and your natural loss of buccal fat or anything like that.
I'm very well fed.
Yeah. Wait, it goes beyond well fed. Like, the facial structure of humans has changed over time, and genetic types that used to be common are rarer now, but genes move on a slower time scale than technological needs. It's not surprising to me that like medieval face is hot.
Right, because it seems to show what women are looking for, in my opinion, they're looking for a narrative and a story that shows that you've been through quite a bit, which shows that you are emotionally integrated. Like, that's why women want men who have been through some stuff.
So the obvious counter question is, Luna, what do you want?
That's a good question. Okay. Because it's one thing to guess what women want, and it's another thing
do women know what they want? Do women know?
It's worth asking, even like, as somebody who's a product manager, it's worth asking what the end customer wants, even if you know you have to prorate it, because it's valuable.
Okay, so here's how I kind of describe it. Have you guys played a video game where you're playing with a team, where it's sort of like everybody has to diversify what kind of character they're building?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
And so you have like the warrior, you have like the wizard, the cleric, et cetera, and each one has to diversify their skill points to particular areas. So for women, this is kind of innately built into us, where number one, we tend to like men that are like our fathers, and it causes sort of a genetic lineage of trying to make humanity better through the generations, right? So
you're essentially looking for the formula of who wins in this metagame.
Yeah, kind of, but it's all instinct. And so there's a couple of different things that are built in that seem really contradictory to men, but make perfect sense to women. So like, for example, the nice guy always seems to rub women the wrong way, and women tend to not go for the nice guy. Why is it? Well, if you look at it, a lot of the quote-unquote nice guys tend to be more physically and mentally unstable. Well, what is that? And women can kind of pick up on that. Well, what happens if you deal with a man that's mentally unstable? You don't know when he'll turn on you.
Here, I almost want to do a reverse.
They're snakes.
Yeah,
because it's like the signal of like a well-adjusted man is they're willful, they're direct. I mean, I'm just speculating here, but like willful, direct, straightforward. I mean, honesty is a genetically selected for characteristic, I think, partially because it makes men predictable to women. If you have a man who is always ostensibly pleasing, it's like, okay, where's the willfulness here?
Yeah, well, there's also an issue with that. If he's always trying to please you and always trying to get in bed with you, number one, you know what he's after. And you never know if he's going to stick around after he gets what he wants. Number two, there's always a thing if he's that fickle, he won't stand up for what's right. And that might be you if a bear is coming and trying to eat you and your children. Right?
Well, what you're saying is that you don't want a man who's manipulating his affect to suit the situation. You want a man who's going to be genuine to himself as a singular point of truth. Like, this is who I am as a man. Whether it's an artist or a brawny bully or some sort of engineer, whoever it is. Like, this is... I used to get compliments from girls that said, like, Alex, you look like you wear your heart on your sleeve, is what they used to tell me. And they really liked that. It's like, I will show up in a room and within 2 minutes, you're going to know exactly what I think about any situation. And that has done me very good service. Yeah.
Well, if you're always pleasing, you're fundamentally untrustworthy.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because I was extremely pleasing.
I was the most successful romantically when I was extremely abrasive and almost like not borderline abusive or anything, but I was like neglectful, I'd say. It was like you were
hard to get along with.
You were shit under my shoe. It was like, you need to meet this. And then when they meet the standard that I set forth, I was like, this is a really good job. You're one of my best people. I usually say guys, but you're a girl, so I have to say people. Right? Like, you're doing fantastic. Like, and I would give them accolades for. In other words, it gave them something to work towards, and that was it created investment. And I think that's what the ladies I dealt with wanted, is they wanted to feel like they had to work hard, but then they had something they could actually get to. And then that fact that they had to get to it meant that they were now invested, which meant that whatever that means. Go ahead.
So basically, these are kind of the general standards. Now, the sort of things that women kind of always kind of say, how tall they are, how much money they make, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, some of that stuff doesn't matter to me, but they're also indicators of success.
You feel I'm a bad boy who rides a Harley, and all that income bullshit goes right. Even the height stuff is really easy to overcome. It's about how you make the woman feel. Yeah,
I mean, it's lossy proxies, right?
Yeah, but what I get back to with okay, so women tend to go towards men who are like their fathers, and which is why the father figure is so very important, because how they behave and how they understand marriages and relationships is very much by observing their parents. And so having broken households is really detrimental.
I've had a lot of success actually, but being the anti-dad, but
anyway, so basically on the distribution scale, I understand that I'm really on the edge. I am not by any means normal at all.
I gotta make a stream where I talk about how to market. So I have an idea that the people who know women the best are actually marketers, and you have to think like a marketer. Like, you're marketing a product to when you're a man, you're marketing a product to a woman. And by this weave, weave is like so far away, so I'm just gonna abandon the weave.
It's interesting because in being in a marketing position, money is on the line. You're essentially in a space where it's like selectively cleared of moral norms, and like
you're the varsity team of women manipulation.
We're on like strict sabermetrics here. Let's look at wins over replacement.
Yes.
And it's a very clear-eyed and like grossly cynical evaluation. Like, just who makes more bases on at bats. Let's do that.
Yeah. So the challenge is, right? Like,
that's also why you wind up appealing to, like, why marketing has a reputation of appealing to the most base aspects of the psyche.
It is so psychological. I would like the challenge though is being a genuine man while still marketing yourself. I think that's actually the Gen Z, the perpetual young man problem.
Yeah.
Is that what women want? Is they want you to be powerful and independent. You should not need, by the way, I have a big feeling that a man should never need a woman, because it's a lot of pressure and the woman's going to feel very trapped. You almost have to make the woman's position feel like she's optional, but preferred, right? A woman wants to be preferred, not needed, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is that she is free to do with her day what she wishes. but she does make a strong man's day that much better. And he's like, oh, I could see colors now because of you. The birds sing now because you were here. I finally
a
feel
man whose life revolves around you cannot be that interesting because he clearly doesn't have that much going on.
Yeah, she slots
in whose world you are special, though.
This is what I'm saying, though, about the protection, to get back to your original thing, because this is not a new thing. I'm sure the ancient Greeks had the same sort of ladies coming before the chieftain of Athens or whatever. What do they used to call governors of like city states back then? Kings? They call them
varied kings, tyrants, consuls.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. All right. Depending. Okay.
But
yeah. Like.
Well, I was going to say one of the things generally men don't also realize is that based on who the father is, the woman is going to try to specialize into different particular categories of what she's looking for. So, for example, my archetype, when they talk about, like, I know Jordan Peterson talks about it, where it's a millionaire, werewolf, vampire, etc., etc. I think
surgeon pirate.
Surgeon pirate, yeah. So the things I kind of look for are specifically tend to be virtue and intelligence. Those tend to be real high on my indicators of what I look for.
Those are typically so antipodal, though. I mean, the more intelligent you are, the less virtuous you have to be to get along with society, isn't it? Isn't that not true? I'm looking at Cosmo like I'm lost, like I'm not sure, because it feels right, but I'm not sure. Like it is.
There's a reason I'm still single.
An intelligent man arrives at virtue after years of contending with it. Like for me, I've like witnessed actual slavery and actual child slavery, and I attempted to intervene. However, I was rhetorically beaten down by my relatives.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, I just lost the American argument for liberation. What am I going to do with that? I'm going to think about that for 20 years. I was like, okay, because this child, if she was free, she'd be dead, is what it came down to. So I have to like now have this absolutely malleable moral fiber, which then I have to contend with. Like, there's a reason why like proper men who have been through a life are going to the confessional booth. And they're trying to be good men. But most intelligent men have the capacity to get themselves into a lot of trouble. Another thing I directly did was during a real estate dispute with a tenant who was addicted to heroin. That didn't turn out very well. By the way, I efficiently dealt with the issue. That minimized financial damages and then maximized moral damages. And I did not know I was doing that. Whoopsie doodle. I don't know what to do with that. It is what it is. Like, you're going to ask me to be, if someone asks me, am I moral? I'd say my revealed preferences is that I'm gray at best, probably dark gray. So it's like, what do you want to do with that? And you show me an intelligent man who is also moral, and I'll show you a man who's not very ambitious or who's just done what they're told and has stayed safe by like working at a company founded by a bastard like me. And they've not had to make those decisions. I don't know. I did not ask for what kind of wife I would get. I had no expectations. I just said, God, give me what you're going to give me. And he gave it to me. And I was like, that's all right, I guess. And then it's like, it developed over time. It's like marriage is a bit like a garden. It takes time, you know. I don't know.
Anyway.
Men are I'm just going to caution, like, men are on the forefront of morality, wisdom, and strength. And often they're not going to wield one of them very well. They're going to choose two over the third. And from what I can tell, is that strength is the one that women do not tolerate men compromising on. That's the one commonality. I mean, what do you think of that? What do you think of a man who chooses morals and intelligence over strength? Like, he's not getting the promotion, but he's very smart and he's very moral.
I'd be fine with that, to be honest.
He's very mediocre. He's making the same money as you.
I mean, I make good money.
Or less. How about less?
Okay, it's fine with me as long as he doesn't flip his shit.
Right, because the income is actually a proxy for male worth.
Yeah, so
right.
if he
dudes get insecure about that stuff, and like if you have to take a standard of living step down, some dudes may be resentful of it. And like it's your fucking fault, bro. Flag.
Yeah. I tried to put Luna in a corner and it didn't work out. I applaud your resilience. That yes, like often the guys that you want are not going to be the most successful, but they will be consistent morally. That is very difficult, and I like those guys a lot. Yeah, I like those guys more than I like myself, to be honest.
The thing is, it's like a lot of the stuff women are after are things I already have. Like, I'm already an engineer. I already make really good money. Like, I can go and, like, I couldn't before. Now I have enough that I can go out and buy my own house. Like, a lot of the stuff that normally men provide, I can provide for myself, which to most men is very much a kneecap.
What about height?
Like, it's so there's a difference between it being a kneecap psychologically for them and a kneecap psychologically for you.
Correct.
I encourage men to have it sounds like you're well comported enough around where it would cascade into unmet expectations versus like I've reconciled myself with my hindbrain, and what I actually want is like the husband, the family, and like if we have to make some trade-offs to get there, and in terms of strict materiality, it's actually like the mindset that's important.
You would love like the loser version of me, because I abandoned all art, poetry, and I used to be a classical guitarist by my own like self-taught. It was like that was what, and I ended up dropping that stuff because it didn't make any money. So I just went on this dark path towards engineering.
Are all successful?
Artsy. I'm more of into the vampire archetype. Like,
Jesus, what the hell does that even mean? I don't. What?
The Jordan.
What does that mean?
The dangerous predator.
What does that mean? What's a vamp? Okay, sorry. I don't mean to like respond with laughter, but I have not heard that one.
Okay, so Jordan Peterson talks about the 5 different types of female porn that women tend to fantasize over, and usually women will go for a specific one, right?
Okay.
And I said that to kind of
We're going places, Alex. We're going places. Let's do it. Let's strap in. I'm gonna uncritically just dump into this. By the way, me and Luna had a stream a long time ago that was up to this effect. It was actually very informative.
Yeah, but basically what I'm saying is that a lot of the going down the genetic success line and like trying to find a guy that's like your father is very much into what women look for in their porn, right? Or their smut. And it's so when I say I look for intelligence and virtue, these are the sort of indicators to me of what's successful and what I want to bring forward. So those are things that I'm super attracted to. Other women tend to go for like the werewolf archetype. So they're like the big, beefy, kind of gruff men.
Oh, bestial, sort of strong, visceral type.
Yeah, the animal you can tame versus like, the unpredictable, dangerous sophisticate that, that has the airs of society, but deep down is like uncontrollable.
Right, yeah, like once a month or like whatever the trigger is, like this is going to turn into a beast, which is what I made a post earlier about, like trailer park girls are absolutely ride or die. Say what?
Once a 6-pack.
Yeah, so
I think that's the difference between the werewolf and the vampire is like it's not once a month, it's once a 6-pack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so basically, these are the sort of things that are genetically successful and what the sort of bloodline kind of tries to breed forward, right? So a lot of the America doesn't exactly have the sort of sophistication I find attractive, which is why I tend to eyeball a lot of the British guys to my detriment.
Yeah.
You love some Euro pores.
Yeah, you know what? I think that might work. We have to go down to the we just start trawling the graduate schools.
There we go. Yeah.
I'm not into kids.
We're not kids. like 25 years old. That's fine.
Anyway,
you sick freak. She was only 25.
Yeah.
To
Listen,
tap
man,
into a recent meme.
So,
sorry, Luna. We're having a lot of trouble keeping it together.
So when
We
you
had
say that you're
synchronized
trying
drinks
to
a little
sell
bit ago.
yourself to a woman, or as this sort of civilizational thing, and then the woman gives birth to children, they forget that women themselves are selecting based on certain characteristics that they find successful and that they can genetically deal with. So a lot of guys get real upset that some hot girl said, no, I'm not interested in you, but it may be just not the archetype that she's looking for that's genetically successful that mimics her father.
This might actually be like the dating app, like Masterstroke is, as a woman and as a man, you have to like as a woman, you pick like after a battery of questions, okay, vampire, werewolf, pirate, billionaire, surgeon. And then as a man, you get a different battery of questions that puts you into vampire, werewolf, billionaire, surgeon.
Honestly, that would do better. That would do better than what we got now, because we got right now is astrology and some other stupid bullshit.
Oh no, we don't have astrology. We have homosexual male dating strategy. Like, all online dating apps are dudes looking to bump uglies with no commitment. Like literally every application is based around this.
Yeah, that's true.
We're all fags now.
Oh no. The global I want a shirt that says that we're all fags.
We're all fags
the
now.
Tinder logo on it. It's true. It's true. Like for ladies, right?
This is like as an aside. This is like a soft version of like the end thing being like, the super racist or the post racist, like extreme chauvinist position. Like, there are loads of gays who are not fags, and there are loads of straight people who are fags. Like, it's really important to identify the fag as a very specific category.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is that ladies go by feel. So you have to do the thinking to fill in if you want to predict, right? The predictive algorithms for how women make decisions is actually very difficult, but it's not impossible. It's actually... And these marketers actually do it very well. Okay, because you don't want to be the furniture, the pastel colored furniture. You want to be the stark, weird thing they build their life around that is like indomitable. You're not the hedge maze, you're the minotaur kind of thing. I guess what I'm starting to say is as a man, you are a thing that she cannot contend with. And I had this discussion earlier with a bunch of Gen Z guys. And by the way, Gen Z is great as an example of what not to do with women, where they're still complaining that like, oh, she got bored with me. It's like, don't ever be boring. No virtue you have will ever overcome being boring. If you are boring, you are screwed. So it's like it's better to be completely random and goofy and annoy the shit out of her. Like women will be annoyed.
That taps into the predictability thing Luna was talking about earlier too.
Exactly, and predictability is unfortunately a sign that you cannot adapt and you cannot overcome future scenarios.
It's a shallow pool.
Yeah. So, like for me, when I had the most success as a guy, I was very rough and I was very direct, and I was also very much like whatever I think needed to be done that day, we're going to get done. And I was an engineer, right? I picked the wife that I picked because here's, by the way, okay. Do we want to get into this? Okay, we're talking about a lot about what guys need to be. Do you want to talk about what girls need to be? Because that's tender territory. I think Alex is talking.
Everything I am, isn't it? Oh God,
I'm a bit of a weirdo in that, like, my preferences kind of run toward like masculinized women or women who are at like the upper end of the bell curve for masculine
tomboys. Yeah. I see you a big fan of tomboys.
But I also look like a twig.
I don't know what Luna looks like in person.
What?
I don't know what you look like in person, but I've seen your face, and it's very nice. Like there's nothing. Yeah, but you told me that you're like. May I say? Well, you told me your weight. I don't want to say it, but it's very light and very slender, and I can't imagine what that is because I've never dealt with it.
Pounds, and I'm a former ballerina.
Yeah,
so
I'd crush
the physical stuff is like,
some of this,
we brought up gun ownership recently.
Yeah, boy.
It's worth mentioning that like a lot of the physical elements are dropping out in favor of the psychological elements. There's the old saying, God made all men, Samuel Colt made them equal. Like, and when this comes to the psychology of reconciliation to violence, technology does introduce a strong strain toward like a sort of like post-gender age. I think we're just coming to it, but this is actually going to heighten over time.
I actually trained my wife how to use firearms, and she's fairly confident with them, to the point where she's actually killed some like varmints and wildlife. Like it's actually.
I'm glad you finished that sentence that way.
Oh yeah, no, she's killed some like illegal. Yeah. Listen. We're talking about a different kind of ice. We put them on. No. It's an obligation as a guy, whether you're a father or a husband, to like teach your wife how to use firearms and then get them independent so they can practice on their own. But like
some BLM folks came around our property and I shot them all. Like, do you mean Black Lives Matter or Bureau of Land Management? Like,
yeah, no, right. Either way these days. Yeah. The gender thing does need to. God dang, we're like transitioning to a future live stream. Because I want to talk about the renegotiation of gender roles, because they have absolutely changed. Men have to be more okay with not being the main, and it might be a regression, but it's an unintentional regression. Like men have to be okay with not being the sole provider, or
it's a hard fight psychologically. And like, see, there's so many technological pitfalls where like you really have to be wary of married to the state, and like you can't survive a polygynous wedding where either spouse is married to the state. It's not doable.
What you got to do is you got to write her a corny ass song and then play it to her with your denim jacket and your electric guitar. It could be complete dog shit, and she's just gonna eat it up. She's gonna lap it up like a dog, and she's gonna be married to you forever.
Oh, she can really get away with it. I got my way out of a breakup by acapella doing a Tom Waits song.
What'd you do? Tom what?
Tom Waits.
Tom Waits. You said Tom Waits. I thought you said Tom.
Yeah. No, I found me a romantic ass winner, and anyways,
you might as well done. Johnny Cash.
You can't survive a polygynous wedding to the state.
Yes.
No, you can't. You can't survive a fundamentally adversarial gender relationship. Like you can have things that cut against the grain psychologically, but they need to be like reconcilable and in alignment for your disposition on the vampire, werewolf, pirate, billionaire, surgeon chart or whatever it is. Like there's so many things that because genes are slower than culture. There's so many things that need to be engineered just right to make it work. And like aberration has a negative valence, but like you can't gear a society around having an expectation of aberrant conditions being the norm. Right. And unfortunately, I think that's where we are now.
Well, exactly. There's no prescribed solution to this. It's all individuals. It's all just onesies, twosie solutions, right? Like, but can you convert these single case solutions into something that can be proliferated at a greater amount, right? Like that's the tough part, right? So, because to me, ladies are pretty easy to get along with, and I play my games, but most of my games are entirely sincere. Or like it is in my nature to write my girlfriend a poem. And the fact is, if you write her a poem, no one else is going to write her a poem. Like the state's not going to write her a poem. And it becomes a way you anchor yourself in. But are all men really fit for that? I don't know. A lot of the stuff that men used to do to show their devotion and their individual love for a woman is now, unfortunately, automated, replicatable, however you want to position it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it used to be that you could just come in with a paycheck and a bouquet of flowers, and that'd be enough.
It'd be
and
I'm
sorry, what?
You don't even have to have the paycheck.
Right. Like I have to. It'd be so funny if I like made a video for like Gen Z, like submaxing. How do you submax? It's like you're clearly at a lower power level than she is, but how do you like totally capture that? Which is
well, I actually want to talk about that a little bit because I have a really good friend who's she was a biologist, got a master's, she was making real good money, and then her husband. Good friend of mine, and her husband got a degree in microbiology, not microbiology. She did microbiology. He got marine biology, and we don't live on the ocean, and so basically his degree was worthless, and he was drowning in debt. And she wanted to, basically have a family and children, and she couldn't when they got married because she had to be the breadwinner and basically pay off all of his debt, like his student loans. And he was not good about it. And so years later, finally, he kind of built himself up from the ground up, getting a decent job. And she was able to finally quit her job, which she hated, and then started raising children. And then it became an issue because he decided that I'm the big man now, and I'm going to be the breadwinner, and I'm going to make all these stupid decisions, and you can't say no. And she's like, how do I pay for things? How do I square these circles when I have these children and he's not listening to me? And a lot of it comes out of I'm the big man now.
Right. Yeah. It sounds like something you want, but it actually turns out to be a result of like chronic insecurity that demands a subordinate and not a partner.
Yeah. The good men are always hard to find. This is the thing I don't get about a lot of ladies online is like, where are all the good men? It's like they were always. Do you see the length that women would go to back in the day to find a good man? It was horrendous. Like they would be trawling through the obituaries. It's like ladies would.
There's always the letters like, I am a 19-year-old. I have this many acres. I have like a cow and 2 sheep and like this many chickens. I am looking for a good woman to move to Washington, and I want to buy like nice underthings for.
Yeah,
that's fucking awesome. What a cad! The different things that people used to do back in the day, like imagine there's like a new law office that has all these very important men. It's like a lady would probably pretend that her car's broke. She'd borrow a car first off from her uncle, and then pretend it's broken down in front of the thing to see who would like come and help her out. I was like, the ladies were devious. If modern women today,
you just pull like you unfasten like one thing on the air intake.
Right, yeah, exactly. The thing's not even really broken. And also, you're just buttering him up constantly. There's another thing I brought up is that as a lady, most men don't feel special, right? Most men feel like shit most of the time, okay? So if you could be the one woman that makes him feel good, now you are special, which is the comment I made. There's this red-haired woman who's on one of those stupid shows they have in online reality TV, and she's just blathering on about herself, and she sounds like Milhouse Van Houten. She's just spouting shit that she likes. Nobody cares. All the men pass on her. I was like, no, my advice to ladies is like, if you're trying to get a man, you need to make him, it's all about him. He is the client. You need to make him feel special because nobody else makes him feel special. So if you can make him feel special, all of a sudden you're special, and he's never going to ever not think about you ever again. Like you got it.
I remember what you're talking about. Is that the redheaded girl that was like divided by a cloth, and she was talking about how she liked to go traveling?
Yeah. I was hard to listen to her. She sounded like a child. I was actually going to post I was actually going to voice pitch her upward to make her sound more like a child. And was like, this is a 5th grader level of like introduction. It's like, this is not good. Like, when does it have to do with me? Like, I would rather her talk about her father or something like that. Right. Like, I love my family and it's wonderful. And I'm just looking for a wonderful guy. And I love having fun with, like, if you want to get married, you need to, men who want to get married need to like women. women who want to get married need to like men.
Yeah.
It seems very basic, but like most people don't actually like the opposite sex.
It's such a dance. I mean, I think male attitude thing, like men will get a compliment, and like I can still remember compliments I got in my 20s, or even like incidental remarks on like my appearance or conduct from women that were like, oh, like, this is my emergency bank, like pep in my step kind of stuff. But like, that's a normal thing for dudes. That you are like miserable most of the time, and this stands out. But it's I think it's actually a bad sign when a man, like when a woman's orientation toward a man is them focused, like, ooh, this is really not the man you need, because there's that heavy validation quest. And I think it's just a psychological difference between the two. Part as a result of reconciliation to violence, partially as a result of, the necessary specialist versus the expendable generalist. Men tend to have a much more like strong object orientation. If a man's not oriented around a cause or like obsessive idea beyond himself, and if he is, the center of his own solar orbit, that's a problem. If a dude's obsessed with something out in the world, that's a good sign.
That's what I'm saying, is like, sorry, good.
The reconciliation is, like, because it's a turnoff to the woman when she becomes the center of the universe, but it's a turn on when there's other things going on that are beyond that. And the man deliberately pulls you in and includes you in the orbit, but still has that unpredictability.
Right. Well, the right order of things,
it's an asymmetrical ordering, and it's so important that like reciprocity doesn't mean symmetry.
No, it doesn't. No, exactly. Okay, I love that point. Reciprocity does not mean symmetry.
Not in all contexts.
The thing is, what women seem to want is to be part of a guy's bigger story. They don't want a man who doesn't have anything going on. So I have left and right ways of putting things. And usually women will disagree with one way I put something, but they will full-heartedly agree with the other way I put something, but they both mean the same thing, right? And the same thing I'm saying is like, do you want your man to have something more going on than you? The universal answer is yes. What the man wants is the woman doesn't have anything that's not worth dropping. I'm not even going to reveal a preference, okay? She'll drop whatever it is if it's really important for you. You break your leg, you get mugged on the metro at DC. You're when your name is Big Balls, you need to get picked up. That is, he doesn't want to be second in your life. But women seem to be okay with being a support in other men's life. That's the unequal reciprocity. And I find that men who live for women do set off the creep alarm, because it's like, you can't possibly be putting me first. Like, you can't possibly be your career, your reputation, your life's mission, your religion, all that stuff, whatever it is. It's like, can't be more important than me. I don't believe this is real. And that's usually correct. Like women do by the revealed. I believe in revealed preferences. I don't care what people say in a poll, right? Like, was it 75% of Englanders were polled as saying they want to stop the small boats and stop immigration? Yeah, I'll believe it when I see some action or see some actual coalescence of something. Like, polls are just what people want,
because 75% want to stop the small boats, but most of them want well-sounding, like proper acting, empty-headed morons, that present as respectable but actually do nothing that they want and subtly choose to destroy them.
Right. They want all of Trump's policies, but they don't want to elect Trump. I go by the I don't have a better poll, but this is the poll before Trump was elected. Was it like some 35% of British people would vote for Trump, which is less than what California had. Mm-hmm. So I was like, right now, until I get some more up-to-date information on what Britain would prefer, I consider Britain to be to the left of California, in terms of like who you would actually elect. Because the thing is, policies don't just come out of nowhere; they come from a person, including all the baggage that the media has put on them. So it's like, yeah, you want good governance? That's great. You need a good governor. Are you willing to stick by them? Which is why the sort of pig-headed, crazy loyalty of the Americans has helped the Americans get through this. Like everywhere from like Russiagate to grab them by the pussy to every other thing that came up, 34 felonies. They don't like MAGA doesn't care, honestly, and they stay fairly well informed. Like if
well, I mean, hillbilly elegy. That's like, you know, sort of non-factor, you know, known to be vices, but like minor sins at best within, you know, the dominant cultural constituency.
Right. Betrayal is like the highest sin of the Appalachian hillbilly. Like, do you steal? Do the poor steal from poor, kind of thing? It's like, are you a traitor?
Do you snitch to the court or whatever?
Which is funny because it's very
like the one time Vance, his mom was arrested, and there was a back and forth about like, you know, like was it neglect? What was the impact on him as like the kid in the car she tried to crash? Like he's like,
my mom did
no abuse. Clan is primary.
Yeah, my mom. But I'm telling you, like for reals, like my mom's side of the family is absolutely hillbillyology because she also threatened to crash the car. I didn't get to that part of the book yet. I'm like 2 chapters in. I read a chapter a day. I only got it a couple of days ago. But yes, we'll have a stream pretty soon about the and I'm going to end it pretty soon because we're already like 3.5 hours in. Yeah, we're almost at 4 hours, which is optimal for the algorithm. But honestly, for myself and everyone else involved, good God, we're going to do a stream on the expectations of men and women and how that probably needs to be reset. The income question is a huge question. The masculinity question is a huge question. I will probably start the stream by showing a picture of myself around the time when I got married. And it is not nearly, it doesn't look like what I am now. Like it's a complete transformation. For a woman, what I would encourage you to look for is a man who is honest with himself and willing to change. And after that, rest of it's just decoration, right? Because if he's honest with himself and he's willing to change, and I guess you could add a little bit of he listens to you, but honestly, if he's honest with himself, he will listen to you. That's what makes a man. What makes a good wife, a good woman, is does she put someone else first in her dealings? That's really rare. And that's exactly what you want in a mom, by the way. Mm-hmm. Also, this is going to piss off a lot of ladies, is that if she has a mental health issue, don't fucking touch it. She has depression. It's not worth it, man. The last thing you want to do is you want to come from a busy day of work and like found one of your kids in the bathtub drowned, because that's what you're gonna do. That's what you might do. Like you're playing Russian roulette every day if she's got like a severe mental issue, or even like a little one, right? Because little mental issues become severe ones. Depression and all that. Like so many women are so happy to just become like submit themselves to the victimhood of mental health issue, and it's like, no, I would not advise. I can't advise. Imagine if I'm advising a bunch of young men about who to marry, and one of the men come to me and says, like, my wife is depressed, she has suicidal ideation. How can I possibly tell him to marry her? That's fucking bonkers. That would be malpractice on my part as an advisor. I was like, you can't do that. I don't care how much you love her. All right,
I hear that, and I'm just like, I'm screwed. But
overcome it, and then hide it. Overcome it and then hide it. You're like a man who's a war veteran. Do you think a wife after World War II wanted to hear about all the Japs that he's gouged the eyes out of and stabbed and strangled in their cots? It's like, yeah, we were on Guadalcanal. Wait, I'm gonna do my best, Alex Jones. 1 second, I gotta like prepare my vocals. People think a good Alex Jones comes from the chest. It doesn't. It comes from the nose. Yeah. We're on Guadalcanal. And we get him on the Japanese. That's actually kind of sounds like a yeah. We're on Guadalcanal. We come on the Japanese. We just strangle them one by one in their bunks. I was like, Jesus Christ! Don't marry that guy.
Don't marry that guy.
Maybe a war hero, but like Jesus, that's horrendous. It was like some woman says like, I had a kid. He was a kid, and I like kind of took some tea to make a miscarriage. I'm like, oh Jesus, don't marry that girl. That's tragedy. That's tragedy, man.
It depends on what the cause and the issue is. Like, if it can be over.
Well, you're getting into the nuance now.
Yeah, I need in the nuance. I'm sorry.
No nuance for the Jap killer. All nuance for the lady who just killed her child in peacetime. I'm giving you a little bit of shit.
It's all right. No, that's stay away from that. Nope. I am not about that.
What? Not about what?
Women killing their children. That's a city where you need help.
Yeah, hang her.
Institution.
Oh shit! Was that too far? Yeah.
No, when I talk, I'm talking about like depression and stuff like that. I'm talking about like, because I've known people that have gone through some real awful crap.
Yeah.
Putting it very nicely. I've gone through crap too. It's not fun, but.
You want to know what fixing a girl who's been through that's like? I can tell you that because I once dated a girl whose mother died in front of her in a parking lot at the Marley Station Mall in Maryland. And she always carried that. And I went through the painful process of turning her from a victim to a survivor. And it was not, maybe better, a story better for another time, but it was a horrendous process of obligation, because you have an obligation to live, despite the fact that it's not worth living. How to overcome depression, how to overcome horrendous separation. Because she only had her father and her mother, so her family just went cut in half.
Yeah,
she had half of it, and then her father had all of it, and her father was like an old Marine. And God
bless him.
Yeah, she was not in a good place. And I pretty much... You ever seen the episode of Cotton Hill having to teach Peggy Hill how to walk again? That's pretty close. It was bad. She's alive. She's the head costumer for the Royal Shakespeare Company near Washington, D.C. She's she drinks alcohol, but so do I. It is what it is. She is Danish, so I don't try to blame myself for that. But she is still alive. And
that's good.
Yeah, I made a survivor out of that victim.
So a lot of people a lot of people tend to go to shit's so fucked up right now. Like there's the hoflation thing, like men have to work 10 times harder to find a woman who's 1/20th as good as their grandmother.
Yeah, they really don't. But yeah.
That cuts both ways. Like the sexes at our current, tech level and like all the bad code we've injected in, everybody now gets the Fight Club. Like our Great War is a spiritual war. Our Great Depression is our lives. Like shit's hard all around. And as long as you're in the game of assigning blame between what should be naturally attenuated classes, you're in a losing game. Like the only response, like Vance really hits on this toward the latter end. I don't think he ever uses these words exactly of hillbilly elegy, but like, post-traumatic growth. Of like the only out is a high agentic position. And conditions have never been harder in living memory, but the only out is a high agentic position.
I will give the millennials this benefit, is that a lot of our music and a lot of our culture was attempting to be genuine from maybe a non-genuine artificial life. But like it's very cheesy, but one of the songs that I really liked was like, we were meant to live for something more, but we lost ourselves. It's very true.
Mm-hmm.
Like we used to play that. I used to play that as a guitarist in church camp back in Iowa. It was like man, you got to keep hope that there's something more for us, which is why I really hate the betrayal of Gen X and Gen Z. I'm not even getting into that. Whatever. There's no time for traitors and losers. But it's like, you have to live for something more than what this life has to offer, or else you're going to succumb to life's everyday tragedies. Because what this life offers you is tragedy. And like my girlfriend at the time, who I wanted to be my wife, like I was very explicit, I wanted to have kids with her, and she was with me. It's like, this life is full of tragedy. She's known nothing, like a ton of death. More people in her family died than just her mom, but her mom died in a parking lot right in front of her. Like, she thought it was crazy because she thought it was an asthma attack, right? And she's like trying to get help and trying to get the inhaler and all that stuff, and it wasn't working. Turns out it was a heart attack. And at some point, there's a divide. This is what makes a tragedy a tragedy. Is there's a dividing line where it's like, do you say good? Do you continue to seek treatment for this person, or do you finally just say goodbye? You know, and I don't think she had the I think she was too optimistic to make that choice herself. So she probably never got to say goodbye. And that was probably the hardest thing for her. And she carried that. And it's like, how do you fix that? How do you fix a person that is that broken? And it's with true belief. And that's why I hate these sort of cynical generations of Gen X and Gen Z and stuff. It's like they're very much about like commenting on the condition versus the imperfect solution. That's why I have a visceral hatred of those who like really question Donald Trump and not give him like a week to clarify. Yep. You know, like
gradualism works. History is a testament to this.
It's like
revolutionary action tends to backfire hard, you know, because you're paperclip maximizing.
You know what? Exactly. Like the it'll be some leak from I'll see this tweet and it says it says some horrendous shit like, you know, Trump is willing to accept like a treaty from Satan himself. It was like per the Wall Street Journal. I was like, who the fuck believes the Wall Street Journal? Why is this an issue? This should be a non-issue. We should be burying this. Who gives a shit? And always it turns out to be nothing burger, right? Like that's what I'm saying is though, to weave it back to the tangent that we had is like, are men and women strong enough right now to like really reconcile and reconciliation of the reality versus the fantasy versus the, you know, because it is like what I can give you versus your hopes and dreams is actually really hard. It's really, really hard. I had to play a lot of like psychological games to keep my girlfriend Lauren alive, to be honest. And she finally put the ideations away. I had to pretty much dangle the prospect of a family in front of her. And I really wanted it. It wasn't with her, but that is what it is. I was like, are you willing to accept a man who's going to go the distance for you? I don't know if women really are, because like the stuff you have to do is horrendous. Like the shit you have to imagine if you're in the UK right now. I was like, are the women there willing to accept the stuff that you're going to have to do to fight off essentially a final crusade?
Depending, yes, I would say yes.
You willing to accept me taking a sledgehammer to a child?
Well, a lot of the invaders aren't children.
Some of them are. Yeah, it's really hard, isn't it? I mean, I'm going to be
the women and children getting sent on boats back to France.
I'll send them in boats and buckets. There'll be a lot of that are built full of buckets.
Yeah.
Because what am I going to do when a woman is? Because the ladies and the children are willing to do the same thing the men are.
You're not wrong, but
if you want to fight,
don't really have much of a choice. The women do, and I feel like
no one has a choice.
Shit, they deserve the same punishment as the men.
Everyone has the same choice in Islam. Like my family has always married Muslim women who are willing to be beheaded for our men. Like, I'm not going to take away the agency that the women in Islam have. They can walk away just as well as the men can.
I'll draw the line at children, but men and women, yeah.
That's the line they're going to make you cross. That's essentially the Palestinian-Israel war. They're always going to parade out. Like, I will, because if I was a Muslim, I would make you bomb children, and then I'll show you the children that you bombed, and then make you lose public support.
Yeah, and like Israel is not blame free in this context, but there are certain social dynamics wherein you are willing to make unlimited people suffer, and that's very hard to come to grips with for people who assume that all people are trustworthy.
You don't know
Islam is
Muslims
a
like
bit
I
of a
do.
technological dead end in that it's very persistent, but it locks you in at an extremely low level of trust and an extreme destructiveness when confronted. And you're sort of seeing the cultural fulfillment of this, where the order flow of civilization provided by men to women for the benefit of children backfires and actually flows in reverse.
The Muslims are going to make you, by their own doctrine, are going to make you cross the very Rubicon you refuse to cross, if that gets them victory.
I mean, just from a technological, not a moral perspective, I think we've seen everywhere that Islam is capable of going, and the human race would be better off if it's a technological branch that's just abandoned.
That's a very polite way of putting it.
Yeah, very polite.
Are you willing to do it? I got rejected from the Marine Corps for expressing extreme enthusiasm for the prospect of doing so in Iraq and Afghanistan. However, if you're a sincere apostate and not participating in taqiyya, I've got all the time in the world for you. What's a taqiyya?
That's the bit in the Islamic creed that makes lying acceptable to achieve political and military advantage.
Oh yeah. By the way, what we come
a technological branch, by the way, that explicitly condones dishonesty. Oh, fuck me! You're in a bad place technologically.
Correct. You're good for internal optimization, but for external, that's why I'm saying that it's so important to have the ostracism, the othering of the outsider versus the inside, because you can tell the truth. If you tell the truth on the inside, you optimize your productivity. If you tell the truth, if you accept and tell the truth the outside, you are setting yourself up for failure.
Well, this is actually why Gen X culture low-key enables Islam. Every time you say somebody be less tribal, it's almost always a Gen Xer. It's like, hello again, John.
Hi, Jahanvi.
It's like the Bridget Fetisi archetype. Like, why can't people be less tribal? It is implicitly when you say people be less tribal, it is implicitly a call for people to be more ideological. Islam gets into a special place because it harmonizes ideology and tribalism.
I like
and the sort of Gen X, why can't people be less tribal mentality encourages the hyperfusion. It also encourages wokeism, low key. But it makes the hyperfusion that is Islam like absolutely irresistible to your civilization. Like, you can't deal with it effectively. And look at the British. They're failing to do it because their ruling caste is either late boomers or Gen X.
And this is okay. Like, if you want to put a timestamp around here, like, I don't know, 340. But like, we're getting back to England finally. Is like, I feel like England really amplified the Gen X. Like, that was, I think, when Gen X, like, British culture really came to the fore in America in terms of the hyper moral,
cool Britannia. There's a specific cultural movement.
Okay, look that up, guys. I'm gonna put a tab up for that. Well, like, by the way, I have a PowerPoint that I must have left it open from when Luna was here, and it just literally says trad Catholics, and that's the only slide I have on there. I'm gonna close that.
Oh boy.
All right, Luna. Trad. I regret to inform you, gentlemen, trad Catholics. By the way, I preach a reconciliation with women. I think women are just completely rational, but it's geno-rational.
Oh
Like,
no, yeah. Women are awesome. Women are awesome and also completely rational. Just like
Hooray! Sorry.
Dudes, there's no blame in this game, man.
Like andronists just need to accept that they have different starting priors, and they're always going to have different starting priors.
We must satisfy them.
And if your philosophy isn't aimed at harmonization, like you're gonna, of course you're gonna find women dissatisfying and confusing and upsetting.
One of the things I love to do with, although I am married and very committed to my marriage, I love to pull out a little bit of the charm. First off, because like I'm not a fucking eunuch. Okay. Second off, my wife trusts me. I trust me. I'm just trying to make people feel happy. Okay. So one of the things I like to do is I like to be very welcoming to women all over wherever I am. I am the Thomas Skinner whenever I'm around women. You know, Thomas Skinner, he's the guy on X. He's very like happy British guy. Like, hey, how's it going? Bosh. You know, you're in my group. I try to act like I have inside jokes and they're part of my inside joke. Like they're in there. And I try to incorporate them. By the way, that's been the most successful strategy for making women take notice is just pure incorporation. Just incorporate women. Make them feel loved, included, they belong. That's actually a huge superpower. Also get out of liberal cities.
No, cities are crazy makers.
Yes. Those women are crazy.
There's an old line from Nietzsche that I'm trying to remember. It's something like, in order for genuine friendship to exist between men and women, there must be a certain physical antipathy between the two of them. Now,
a little bit of bitter
that maybe goes a bit far, but it drives in the direction that you're going. In that you can make somebody's day. You can rizz them up without there being anything there.
Yes.
And you can rizz another man up without there being anything there. And like typically when you rizz another man up, there isn't. You can rizz another woman up as a woman without there being anything there. But boy, is the threat of it being intrasexual competition ever present.
Well, sometimes that makes it fun, isn't it? Bit of the uncertainty, bit of the competition. The funny thing about rizzing somebody up.
So I actually want to do a A/B test. Because being in like an intensely male nerd hobby doing tabletop wargaming, I'm often in a position to rizz other men up, which is to say, let's talk about our objective shared interest, and I'm going to talk through your problems as you're interested in them. Like, I've just beaten you in this bout of wargaming. Let's talk about your matchup considerations and what you're worried about, and how you think my different avenues of play would go and how I would respond to this. I'm grabbing their particular fixation, which is extrinsic in men, and going to town on their perspective. And it's in a non-sexual way, but it's in a way that's like, I am going to inject some joy into your life. I'm curious for as a woman, how do you do this for another woman while safely diffusing the fear that it's an undermining attempt?
Yeah, okay. Luna, how do you rid them women's?
Oh, it's really easy, which is kind of funny. So one of the jokes that I like to make is I actually attract a lot more women, and women keep asking me to go out with them, even though I live in Alabama and I'm not gay. It's actually real easy. And a lot of it is just something simple of, oh, your hair is cute today. And being genuine and nice. Like it's kind of the same thing for men. Like part of how I got to know a lot of the Lotus Eaters guys is I just one day had the thought of, how about I send them some chocolate for Valentine's Day? I bet that would make their day. And I kind of was back and forth about, I was so freaking nervous. Like, what if this comes across wrong? What if I shouldn't do this? Like, I don't know. And I took a chance and bought it, and apparently they flipped out and thought it was like the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, oh my God, has nobody been nice to you in your entire life?
Correct.
They're men, so the answer is
they're men.
no.
Yeah. Dude, men are treated like garbage, man. It's great. Oh, well, the thing is, I'm so acclimated to being treated like garbage. Like a one woman who, like, by the way, until I met my wife, I didn't have a single woman ever ask me any of my preferences. Not a single damn woman.
But
well, that's like, go ahead.
With women, it's just sort of like, oh, your hair looks nice. Oh, I really like that shirt, or things just like that, where it's just sort of like just, oh, I really like your accent, or I think you're, but a lot of it is the genuineness. Like if you actually mean it, because a lot of women pick up a lot of the nuance in languages. That's just kind of how our brains are wired. So there's a phrase in the South, bless your heart. And depending on how you say this phrase, it can mean a wide variety of things. So, like, if you screwed up,
it can be condescension, it can be earnestness, it can be an expression for concern, it can be a "Hey, you're welcome in my home," it can be, "Oh, you really fucked up."
Yeah. A lot of that nuance is how genuine you are, and I feel like being genuine is so rare these days, like unbelievably rare. And the thing is that the more I'm genuine to other people, the more that they start to be genuine to me back. Like even in my church that I go to, most of the people I know are elderly. I just tend to talk to them. I'd be nice, and then it's sort of like I keep getting stopped and giving compliments, and I'm like, oh, thank you. And then but it's the reciprocal kindness. But yeah, for women, it's real easy. It's you just have to be genuine. It's like, I really like how your bow looks, or I really like the way you style yourself. That's really cute, or
I find for women,
I wonder how much of it is it like, okay, you're presenting with genuine sincerity. Is there another layer to it of presenting without an expectation of reciprocity, or that it needs to be turned around in a transactional way, like that it's just sui generis?
Yeah. So yeah, women pick that up too. If you're fishing for compliments, there's a different way of saying it. And if you're not fishing for compliments, it's like, oh, I just want to tell you that I like this. Where'd you get it? Or
it's a deliberate conveyance of sui generis. Sui generis kindness, and then when they if they perhaps misinterpret it and respond as though there's an expectation of reciprocity, you decline and re-express, no, this is just for you and it's special.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted to hear. That's all you need to tell to butter me up. It's like my sword.
Well, you didn't have the bandana.
Oh shit, I got the whole outfit together. All right, 1 second. I want to add to this is that for women, a lot of times, all right, I'm going to make my point with the sword. For women, a lot of the times what women want is a sense of place, okay? Now, a sense of place means that they are not expendable. However, men don't mind being expendable. They want to be useful, okay? So when I'm complimenting men, I take a lot of effort to say how useful they are, how skilled they are at a task. Whereas for women, I like to try to accentuate, like, I don't know, let's say she makes needlepoint really well. I was like, your beautiful needlepoint makes this place more wholesome. It makes it feel like home. You know what I mean? It's like, I love your needlepoint. And I feel like I want to feel more needlepoint from you. I want to see more needlepoint from you because it makes me, it gives this place a sense of place. So ladies don't want to feel useful because uses can be replaced. Utilitarian, whereas men actually kind of yearn for replacement. You know what I mean? It's like they don't mind. Like all men are kind of preparing to die in a weird way.
The ontological sex versus the instrumental sex.
Yeah, like women want to live forever. I don't understand that impulse, but I respect it.
There's a thing too of if you go back to like the ancient societies where women are giving birth to children and you're very vulnerable for a long period of time, you don't want to be cast aside during your vulnerable points.
Right. You have intrinsic value almost. It's like not even tied to your function to the society. It's like, I find you intrinsic, almost sacred to the society. Like,
so we don't want to be replaceable, because if you're replaceable, then you get cast out and you starve.
Yeah. So women don't like. So this does go to my theory that ladies don't like to be put in terms of functionality, because functionality can be replaced, right?
Yeah. So that's why women get real upset if they are told things like your only value is being a baby mill.
Right.
Correctamundo. Yes. I always say that it wouldn't be the same without you. Like, life just wouldn't. I wouldn't see the same colors. I wouldn't hear the same sounds. The bird's song would just not hit my ears the same way without you, love.
Yeah,
you make life worth living,
And that's what a lot of women actually crave, is to feel like they are loved. It's sort of like you make my life better, and I don't want to replace you with anybody else because I love you.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah. And I don't have to love you. I choose to love you.
Yeah.
There's something sacred about you, which is why I think a lady is like a holy place. This is an unsharpened Cossack sword, which I like to. I have another sword over there. It's like extremely heavy. This sword is decently heavy.
You've transplanted, like, the ethnic ambiguity is wonderful, because you've transplanted from the Southeast Asian Appalachian territory straight into like Magyar territory.
Well, the thing is, the Cossacks are a wonderful example of a multicultural society. So long as you were willing to be a Christian and willing to fight, you could be a Kossar, which is why they had, let's say, a diversity of look about them. If you want to see these, was it the Treaty of the Zaporozhian Cossacks? I forget. I actually have the painting on my wall in the other room because I love it so much. It's the reply of the Zaporozhian Cossacks. That's right. They're a motley bunch. They look like they come from a lot of different places. I'm a big fan of it. Christians kind of come with diversity because we're very much a race that believes that the fruits will reveal the virtue of the vine.
Yeah.
So some like lunatic comes up from a far off land, we're kind of okay with it. So long as they can hang. But if they can't hang, they get, go away.
I'll just mention again, but save for later, just how bizarre Christianity is in the history of ideas. That's not a universal perspective.
But it has been really good for mankind.
No, it's been really great.
Yes.
Yeah. This thing's a 13-pound Zweihander.
Oh, geez.
We're breaking out the German swords now.
Yeah. This is a Landsknecht sword.
Pick it up, I'll tilt over sideways.
It's for sweeping away a spear wall, so that you can then go in with your arming sword. So the weight is entirely, like, it's usually not even very sharp. It's even rusty here. I'll let it get a bit rusty. But it's for sweeping away the shield wall, so you can then charge in. And the people who would wield it were called double soldat, which means twice soldier, and they get paid twice as much because they die twice as often. Very German, This is the arithmetic of war. I'm gonna go put this back here in a second, but yeah, man. I actually bought this for James Lindsay, and then I decided not to give it to him, and then I'm kind of wondering if I should give it to him again, because
I remember when you were initially like, "Oh, thank God I didn't." It's interesting how the wheel turns.
It sure is, man. Like, it's a really cool thing. It's made in England too. Like the pommel comes off. It's really well engineered for counterweight.
Cool.
Yeah. So it's a great piece of kit. It's battle ready, made of hardened steel. But like, I don't know. I think James Lindsay is a bit of an embarrassment in a lot of ways. He's online too much. But sometimes your scholars are better being a little bit more sparing with their words.
Touch grass.
Yes.
I can't say much. I've kind of spurred a couple of times. I'm probably not the best example.
Oh, for the most part, every now and again, I'll go in character limit violation in a restrained sense. but I'm a big believer that like, nah, 280 characters is like, if you can't say it right in there, you're probably not ready to say it publicly.
Yeah, it's true.
This controls the spurging.
Oh, the Janhavi, is that heavy? It was about 13 pounds, which is about right.
Medieval weapons are significantly lighter than you think they are based on media.
Yeah. Like this sword is way heavier than a sword. This is not a sword you'd fence with. It's just literally for sweeping. Yep. So its weight is actually needed. You know.
Also, a two-handed sword swings faster than an arming sword in one hand because the 13 pounds is essentially 6.5 pounds in each hand.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And then you're supposed to get in there and get business done. Open that hole in the spear wall and then just murder everybody. Hope someone doesn't shoot a cannon at you.
Yep.
I can't imagine. I would love to see that. I've always wanted to have a suit of armor made. Like I would go for the German style.
Once we get into the Napoleonics, I have no interest in like being in an experience where the 60 guys to my right get turned into human paste.
Yeah, that was probably when the war started becoming industrial, isn't it?
It is. Napoleon is the inventor of total war.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
One of the sins for which he should never be forgiven.
Yeah. Like
it may be technologically inevitable, but he's the guy who did it, so fuck him.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes. The discussion about warfare and men is that you do have to forgive your men for doing what they have to do, whether it's their civilian duty or their wartime duty. And I just don't know if like truth. Luna, can people handle the truth, right? Like I told you what it would take to prosecute a proper like Christian on Muslim war. And it's horrifying because the Muslims will make it horrifying. They'll make you cross every moral boundary you have. What do you think? Do you just keep everybody ignorant of it?
Even for having discussion, like I'm an engineer as you are. The first thing they teach you is first you have to know what the problem is and you have to address it, and that is part of the problem, and the truth is super important. Like they have to they have to know that these are the consequences. They got to know that this is what's at stake. So yes, even if it's uncomfortable, they need to know the truth. Period.
I'm keeping an open mind on all things. I even keep an open mind. I think Scott Adams, Alex, you remember this from a few years ago. Scott Adams was saying the Chinese were dealing with the Uyghurs the only way that really can be done. The Uyghurs. I don't know if you
treat it as a mental illness.
Well, I mean, yeah, then they treated it with extreme prejudice. It was quite awful, but maybe necessary. There's
lines you can cross without crossing, your own moral tech stack. I would be reticent to look to China for an example in anything. I forget who described them as a kingdom without a conscience, but it's such a spiritually desolate country that like I would be loath to regard anything that the Chinese do as serious, mostly because lying is also still culturally permitted. If there's no other reason, like how many tofu do you need spiritual tofu dregs in your civilization? No, you fucking don't.
This is a good point you make, actually, is that you must strike the enemy without making a bigger strike to yourself. And honestly, you shouldn't strike yourself whatsoever, because the goal of a war is not to get hit. Yeah, I don't think we're that desperate. I think, unfortunately, for a lot of accelerationists, they try to sell us as that desperate, and I don't think we really are. I think America is actually on really good ground. Like,
this is one thing James Lindsay. One thing James Lindsay is right about is most Americans are American normies. And like,
we're normal,
aren't like rip-on normies. American normies are, at the risk of using, trying to avoid using too many words, American normies are still American. Most Americans are American normies. Like, there's not a lot of tolerance for this stuff. And Americans tend to be like a pretty short fused people when it comes to bullshit anyways. So
yeah, and Americans are also short fused when it comes to entitlements, which is why I have the video I put out earlier today.
Because most Americans would rather meet with death than accept them.
Yes, exactly. Like, this is why I have a big problem with the Heritage American label that I've seen come in the last couple of weeks. Is like, I don't give a shit if you came from the Mayflower. Like, are you rich or not? I don't like. Can you defend your now? If the deck is stacked against you,
so I'll give you a counter example because I had a friend who was like, who is like lineage traced back, like did a DNA test and happened to pop up a crap load of results because he just tends to be like strongly related to a super well documented branch of New England Puritans. And he was kind of ashamed of it. Like, oh, Heritage American, like that's racist. Like, nah, Jesus. Dog. Right. Like,
oh, come on, man.
Everybody comes from people who've done wretched things. But like, if you come from that particular strain of Americans, like, everyone's the descendants of people that we would now consider wretched. If you come from that strain of people, you have less to be ashamed about than most people. But like it doesn't matter whether you have less or more. It's that you're getting weird about it. That's like a turn off. Like everybody comes from somewhere and there's some dark shit in there. Like just fucking own it as human beings being human beings and like recognize that your people laid a claim to the moral strain that we now recognize as normal before it was cool or fully baked.
I think it's an Old Testament thing. I don't know if it's really like widely distributed, but there's a virtue in strength itself, right? Because strength begets order. Unless you have strength, virtue can never thrive, which is why heroes like King David are considered so good, despite the fact that he had serious personal shortcomings. He was still a man after God, which is a huge title to give somebody. It's like you have to respect your ancestors for having the strength to dominate. It is better than being weak, because being weak is to invite in everything wrong. Being strong means you at least get control so you can take responsibility for what's about to come, right? Like being strong and being responsible are first generation versus second generation kind of issues. And often the second generation who can take responsibility, sometimes they squander it. You know what I mean? They feel tremendous guilt, or even the generations beyond. But like their ability to try to make right what was wrong wouldn't exist if the first generation was not strong, right? And there's some gratitude to be given to that. And I wish people would give more gratitude to that first generation that was strong. Anyways. All right. We're coming on like 4 hours and 11 minutes. You guys seem to be slowing down, but I think I should stop you for your own sake, because it's like 9:12 Central Time.
I think we're reaching the limits of like social life acceptable without being EFAP hosts. So
correct.
Yeah, let's pick this up another time, because I feel like we hit on a number of great topics, and like we can pull from the unexamined tail ends of this, and I think grab any number of great things.
I would love to talk more about the America that's to come as well, right? Like, it's a great furtive field of topics of like, are we here to just exploit the world? Are we going to make things better? Do you think we're going to try and step into places like the UK and force them to value free speech? Are we going to step away from it? Either way, I could see in America's character. So it's kind of an interesting piece of deliberation, because we're on a fulcrum.
Yeah,
but I was thinking about this during the Mexico discussion. Like, oh boy, Mexico, I sure hope you fix yourself, because you don't want America to try and fix you. That will not end well for you.
You're gonna fuck that country so good. You're all gonna be one giant. There's so many territories inside of Mexico. We're gonna make it one, because it's much more simple to deal with. That's what we're gonna do. That's the real danger of America, is that we will take a multitude and turn them into one.
I mean, look, it is entirely fair to say that Baja California and Sir Baja California should be one state.
You want to take Mexican Baja and mix it with California Baja? Sounds fun. Sounds fun.
Oh no. Baja California got split into 2 states to avoid risk of being appropriated by America.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Man, right now it looks like we're pounding Canada so hard that maybe Alberta might crumble. Hell yeah.
That has nothing to do with us. That has everything to do with Canada pounding Canada.
Oh yeah, that's right. Pounding itself. It's going to be interesting because the world map might look very different. We'll see.
It's a cry for help.
There seems to be a lot of that these days.
Yes, there does.
America will just take what it can get. That's what I'm going to say. All right, guys. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us. Howdy Doodly, champion of the Diddly Doodler. Much thanks to you, Jahavi. It's great seeing you again. Everybody else who's on here, much appreciated. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I need to work on my wave. I feel like I'm doing queen waves too often.
That is a queen wave. That's a good wave. You could do the Indian wave away, like with the head. All right, bye.
Do that.
Yeah. Which I'm not sure was a yes or a no.